A wonderful round of applause for the Art in Medicine Orchestra. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Shall we rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to be rendered by the Art in Medicine Orchestra. Thank you very much. You may please kindly be seated. Welcome to the 2022 World Sickle Cell Day Annual Public Lecture. I will be recognizing and acknowledging the presence of various persons in our midst. But before I proceed, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Abiodun Famojuro. I will be your Director of Ceremonies for this wonderful public lecture. I will start by recognizing the chairman of today's occasion, Dr. Femi Mobolaji Lawal. I will proceed by recognizing the chairman and founder of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Professor Olu Akinyoju. Professor Akinyoju is not here alone. He is here with his wonderful wife, Mrs. Funke Akinyoju. You are very much welcome. The National Director and CEO of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Dr. Anek Akinshete. Our keynote speaker for this wonderful public lecture, Professor Nora Akinola. We have an international speaker joining us from outside the continent of Nigeria and Africa, Mrs. Comfort Okolo. The Minister of Health will be with us in a representative capacity, but we will recognize him, Dr. Osage Ehanire. We have the World Health Organization, Dr. Walter Mulombo, represented by the country representative, Dr. Ahmed Kader. A friend of the Sickle Cell Foundation, the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, ably represented by Dr. Tunde Ajayi, Special Assistant to the Honorable Commissioner for Health. The Chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Tajuddin Mobolaji Salau. The Executive Director, Non-Communicable Diseases Alliance, Professor Akin Oshibogun. The President, Nigerian Society of Hematology and Blood Transfusion, Dr. Anozezi Jude Madu, the President, ably represented by Dr. Titi Adeyemo, Consultant Hematology, LUT. One of our directors in Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Mrs. Ayo Otaigbe. The Chairperson, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Lagos Chapter, Mr. Olumide Fadipe. The Chairperson, Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists, Lagos State Branch, Mrs. Itua, ably represented by Mani Udo, General Secretary of the Association. one of our directors in Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Mrs. Toki Maboguje. A friend of the Sickle Cell Foundation, someone that has been with us and been committed to the ideals and all that we represent, Dr. Mrs. Grace Braithwaite. Please appreciate her, appreciate her. Another member of the board and a director of Sickle Cell Foundation, Mr. Tony Epele. The editor of the bulletin of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Agbogidi. We have from Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Professor Ade Akinsulue. You're welcome, sir. We have Bitrus Badong, Simex, Nigeria. You're very much welcome. For us to proceed quickly for the business of the day, I would like to also say before we do that I would like you to celebrate yourself, acknowledge your presence. Thank you for coming. Celebrate yourself. For all the parents, all the mothers, all the champions, all the survivors. I know you can do better than that. I know you can. If I am ever told to celebrate myself, I will do a lot to contain myself. All right. Now, we will be taking the welcome remarks by the founder and chairman. I will be reading his brief citation. Professor Olu Akinyoju is the founder and chairman of Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria and established the iconic National Sickle Cell Center, Lagos, the first of its kind in all of Africa. He is a World Health Organization expert on genomic research and a past president and now trustee of the Nigerian Society for Hematology and Blood Transfusion. Professor Akinyoju was conferred in 2006 by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with the national honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. A distinguished Nigerian of international stature, Professor Akinyoju has received numerous awards spanning the academia, healthcare, philanthropy, and culture. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Professor Olu Akinyoju. He will be giving us his welcome remark.
Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, the foremost sickle cell non-governmental organization in Nigeria, is a key stakeholder in the sickle cell space, actively advocating for sickle cell and working with government in a number of public-private partnerships. Our work spans the spectrum of sickle cell prevention, treatment, care and support, as well as cure. Other priority areas of the foundation are training, capacity building, and research. In line with the WHO recommendation, the Sickle Cell Foundation set up the National Sickle Cell Center, Lagos, as far back as 2007. The first of its kind in all of Africa. And I am delighted to note that as we have established a bone marrow transplant center in partnership with Lagos University Teaching Hospital and Vanderbilt University Medical Center in the USA, this could also help to cure people with sickle cell. On behalf of the Board of the Foundation, I warmly welcome everyone this morning to the National Sickle Cell Center for our annual Sickle Cell Lecture marking the 2022 World Sickle Cell Day. As you know, the World Sickle Cell Day is celebrated annually on June 19th as designated by United Nations to raise awareness about sickle cell disorder. Unfortunately, when they picked June 19, they did not know that's rainy season in some parts of the world. It's summer in the USA, but it's rainy season here. But the whole world needs to recognize that we have sickle cell disorder and we should look after it. In fact, a lot of people are not aware that people with sickle cell can live long at all. And people are still saying, and we had a board member who had sickle cell anemia, and he died at the age of 69, which is almost 70. You had a doctor in, he was staying in Calabar. She died at the age of 72. She's a doctor looking after sickle cell herself, and she had hemoglobin SS herself. And we have here today, I hope, Pastor Atinuke Adeleye, sorry. Pastor Atinuke. Oh, I didn't even know you're sitting there. And she's 45 years old, and she formed the Sickle Cell Champions Club. When she became 40, because she was told when she was in her 20s that, well, she'll live a bit, maybe when she's 20-something and so on. And when she lived to 40, she said, wow, she has to celebrate her 40th birthday and plan the Sickle Cell Champions Club. So if you're 40, you can join the club. The president of the club, I don't think she's here today, but he's about 55. Okay, and we have my favorite caterer, Modupe Kukwala. Are you here today? Oh, Modupe Kukwala. She's 64, and so the fact that you have sickle cell anemia does not mean you cannot live long. So it's good that we have an association that we look after people with sickle cell and make them live as long as the rest of us are living. So as in previous years, we mark the World Sickle Cell Day with a number of activities, including this public lecture on sickle cell disorder, the importance of self-care. I know the doctor who's going to present this, and please, everybody, listen carefully. And on behalf of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, I warmly welcome you all. Let's listen, learn, and share information and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Professor Olu Akinyoju. Sickle cell disorder, the importance of self-care. Professor Akinyoju shared something very insightful with us when he made reference to Pastor Atinuke Adeleye. She's 45. Made mention that the chairman of the Champions Club is in his 50s. Made mention of his favorite caterer, who is 60 plus. Once upon a time, they told us that sickle cell was a death sentence. But the communication now is, it is not a death sentence. Please, let's appreciate. It is not. With the establishment of the bone marrow transplant, with all the things we intend to learn at this public lecture, please, he said something profound. Let's listen, learn, and share information and knowledge. One of the most important things about information and knowledge is application. If you know something and you are unable to apply it, it's of no benefit. Application is fundamental. We shall be taking some goodwill messages from certain persons who are with us here right now. The country representative of the World Health Organization in Nigeria, representing the World Health Organization, Dr. Walter Mulombo, Dr. Ahmed Kader, will be sharing with us a goodwill message. Dr. Ahmed Kader. Please appreciate him. Let's be generous with our claps. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Dr. Femi, the chairman, Dr. Prof. Ulo, the founder, chairman of Sickle Cell Foundation, Dr. Anite, the CEO for Sickle Cell Foundation, all in the high table and all participants, all protocol duly observed. Let me first to thank the organizers for this invitation for WHO. I am here representing head of mission of WHO, Dr. Walter Kazadi, and I am Dr. Ahmed Kader, field presence team lead, and also Lagos liaison officer. So, the World Sickle Cell Awareness Day take place 19th of June, after UN, as you know, recognition of this sickle cell as a major disease for public health concern. So it serves to raise awareness on the disease and its impact in individuals and families. Let me give you some figures, please, just to know that 5% of population are carriers or having this sickle cell disorder or disease. 5% of population. And annually, 300,000 children are born with this disease. And we are expecting to reach 400,000 in 2050, okay? In Sub-Sahara region, about 2% having this sickle cell disease. In West Africa, for you to know, the prevalence is sometimes from 15 to 30% sometimes. Can you believe that? And in Nigeria, 24%. Children are born with this disease, which about 150,000 annually. And this disorder about triad genes in hemoglobin is triad genes hemoglobin disorder, especially for sickle cell anemia and thalassemia. So this figure is too much, huh? So we have to take it very seriously. That's why the United Nations recognize this as a public health threat. And that's why we have this annual World Day to increase awareness for this disorder. Just for us to know that this disease is a major socio-economic threat for, as we said, for individuals and families and caregivers. The quality of lives, of course, affected because of the recurrence of episodes which affect the education, the work, and psychosocial development of individuals. So in 2019, the Federal Ministry of Health, supported by key ministers and key agencies, they develop multi-sectoral NCD action plan from 2019 to 2025. Multi-sectoral NCD action plan, okay? And in 2021, they develop the national NCD policy, which provides a roadmap toward tackling NCDs, including sickle cell disorder, with some priorities in this policy, like scaling up genetic counseling, universal screening using point-of-care devices, building the capacity of health workers at all levels, also improve coordinations and partnerships, raising awareness, especially in premarital and preconception counseling. In conclusion, I want to tell you, as WHO, we pledge to continue supporting Nigeria country in its effort towards the prevention and control of sickle cell disorder. And thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Ahmed Kadir. I noticed he gave out statistics, and at some point he stopped and said, these numbers are not good. Let me stop here. What it means is that there is a lot of work to be done, and I believe firmly with the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria and all the collaborations and partnership, that work is being done. I also observed that when he mentioned certain names, Nigerian names, some persons were not sure of who he was referring to. But when he said, you know the names he mentioned, and we do know that he was referring to Professor Akinyoju and Dr. Annette Akinshete. That is on a lighter note. We're going to be inviting someone to speak very much right now to deliver a goodwill message, representing the president of the Nigerian Society of Hematology and Blood Transfusion, Dr. Titi Adeyemo, consultant hematology in Lute. Goodwill message.
Good morning. Well, I have to stand on the protocol you have established. But all the same, good morning, Mr. Chairman, the keynote speakers, the guest speakers, and honorable guests, the representative of the Minister of Health, Commissioner of Health, Lagos State, Nigerian Medical Society, all the society represented, partners, collaborators, and friends of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure to be here at Sickle Cell Foundation 2022 World Sickle Cell Day flagship event, the annual Sickle Cell Day lecture. We have been told here today that about 13 years ago, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution to recognize this day as the World Sickle Cell Day so that we can continuously create awareness about the disease. If education is key to development, then being aware of our problem is going to be key to the solutions to our problems. So 13 years later, we are here again to meet, to learn, and to create awareness about sickle cell disease, to engage, to talk, and to act on sickle cell disease. But there are still a lot of questions to be asked, even 13 years later. How do we reduce the burden of sickle cell disease? It's a question we need to continue to ask and to continue to act on. How do we improve the health of people living with sickle cell disease? How do we improve the quality of life of people with sickle cell disease? How do we reduce the complications that we see? I'm a physician and I see these patients, I see these complications, I see the need to transfuse, to hospitalize, and so on. How do we reduce all these things that we see? What do we need to do in advancing the ideas and the knowledge we already have? There's still a lot to learn. There is still a lot we don't know about sickle cell. But there is also a lot that we know. And I'm going to tell you that we need to appreciate that there is a lot of gaps between what we know and what we practice. There's a lot of gaps between the policies and the guidelines and the implementation of these policies and guidelines. So we still have a lot of work to do. So some of these questions, as I've said, have been answered, and one of them would be answered and re-answered again today. From the lecture, we are going to hear from our professor, Professor Akinola. She's a very senior colleague, my teacher, and she's going to be talking to us about the importance of self-care in enhancing the quality of life of people living with sickle cell disorder. As I said, let us remember that what we know today is what we have learned from studies, observational, some of them clinical trials, and so on. But there's still a lot of work to do. There is still a lot of work to do with regards to sickle cell. There's still a lot of research. There's still a lot we don't know. And I'm going to enjoin us, particularly people living with sickle cell disease, never to give up. To always be eager and not to hesitate in participating in this research, because it is to help and to find solutions to some of the problems and challenges we have with living with sickle cell disease. So we need to continue to learn. We need to continue to relearn. And as I said, I'm going to enjoin us to participate in research, because I'm beginning to see, I as a researcher, for example, the fatigue. When you approach somebody and say, let us look at this and let us study, and I will hear, I don't want to be a guinea pig. But we need to know. We don't know. We have so much to learn about sickle cell. The United States government, for example, is committing so much to researching sickle cell. And then by the time they do R&D, the research and development of these pharmaceutical agents, and then we hear that it costs thousands of dollars, okay, to get these things to the market and to be used. And there are so many agents and pharmaceutical drugs in the market now. Okay, but so many of them are so expensive and not affordable. So the question is, what is the local solution? What are the local innovations, research, and development we want to make locally, so that treatment for sickle cell will be locally applicable and will be affordable? So, and I'm going to round up by just digressing a bit and introducing us to one of the clinical research or clinical trial that is ongoing, because I want to publicize it. I want us to look at it. We have high maternal mortality and morbidity, especially associated with pregnancy in patients with sickle cell disease, higher than the normal population. So we have this ongoing trial. We call it the PIP-Sickle trial. I've been permitted to speak briefly on it for 1 minute. It is prevention of intrauterine growth restriction and preeclampsia in sickle cell pregnancy. This trial is currently going on, and it is trying to evaluate, to test the efficacy of low-dose aspirin in preventing some of the complications we see in pregnancy in people with sickle cell disease. And it's going on in about 15 study sites right now. So I'm going to enjoin us, people who know people who have sickle cell disease and are pregnant, to register and to participate in this research. So this day is here with us again, a forum that serves as an opportunity for us to learn, to share, to exchange experiences, to build our synergies for more committed actions for sickle cell disease. Allow me to welcome you once again to this forum, the World Sickle Cell Day, dedicated to raising awareness and celebrating the achievements of those living with sickle cell disease. So on behalf of the President and the Nigerian Society for Hematology and Blood Transfusion, I thank the Sickle Cell Foundation for keeping the fight, its friends, its partners, and its collaborators, and I congratulate us on the steps we are taking in improving the lives of people living with sickle cell disorder. I wish us a very successful occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Titi Adeyemo. I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Thomas of Lagos State Ministry of Health. Wherever you are, Dr. Thomas, please. Thank you so much. I appreciate Dr. Thomas. Thank you for taking time out to be with us. I would also like to recognize the presence of Professor Jane Ajuluchukwu, Department of Medicine, Lagos University Teaching Hospital. You are deeply appreciated and very much welcome. Just coming in at this time is the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tunde Ajayi. You're very much welcome, sir. Please appreciate him. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sound a note of warning. I am 6'5". I will not tell you what I weigh. But if you want to stand on the protocols I've laid, it might break. So you can be as creative as you want to, because by the time you accumulate all our body mass index, it might not stand. Just a note of warning. Taking the citation of our able chairman, I will be inviting Dr. Annette Akisheta, our MD, CEO, Sickle Cell Foundation, Nigeria. Please appreciate her.
Yes, you see, the reading glasses are very important. The director of ceremonies, yes, I will stand on the established protocols, and I won't say how much I weigh either. Nevertheless, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, everyone here present, and everyone who's zooming in from all over the world, or as we have it now, technology has really advanced and helping us to connect the world together. And I must say kudos to some extent to the past couple of years of COVID, because it advanced and quickly, it sped up technology so we can all come together around the table, if you like, for a cause as this one today, World Sickle Cell Day 2022. So I will also join the chairman and others in welcoming all the guests here present, welcoming everyone zooming in, welcoming everyone who is also online, what's the word they use? Streaming in on Facebook and on YouTube. Everyone, you're welcome. And it is my own singular honor to introduce to you our chairman for the day, Dr. Olufemi Mobolaji Lawal. Thank you. Dr. Olufemi, I take down my mask. Dr. Olufemi Mobolaji Lawal, MBBS Ibadan, the only university in Nigeria, DCH London, MRCP UK, FWACP, FMC PAID, is the founder and chairman of ML Hospitals Limited, Lagos, Nigeria. He is, just wait, there's a lot coming. He is a consultant pediatrician with vast experience in both the public and private health sectors, and is also an entrepreneur in private medical practice. In addition, he is the president and chairman in council, Medical Ethics and Governance Limited, as well as chairman, Executive Council, Nigerian Heart Foundation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to go down memory lane for a bit. Dr. Mobolaji Lawal studied medicine at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria's premier university, where he excelled as a university scholar, winning the departmental prize for best performance in anatomy, and proceeded to the United Kingdom for his postgraduate training in pediatrics, excelling in the prestigious MRCP UK examination in 1980. His passion to contribute meaningfully to his home country led him to return to Nigeria and was appointed in 1983 consultant pediatrician at the Ikeja General Hospital, now the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, LASUTH, a position he held until he voluntarily exited government service to go into full-time private practice, establishing the famous Emel Hospitals in 1988. Emel was the first private hospital in Nigeria to be designated baby-friendly by the Federal Ministry of Health and by UNICEF in 1994. Olufemi Mobolaji Lawal is a distinguished fellow of both the West African College of Physicians and the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. In addition, he has several awards under his belt, including the Distinguished Pediatrician of the Year Award by the Pediatric Association of Nigeria and the Rotary Vocational Service Award for Professional Excellence by the Rotary Club of Festac Town, Lagos, in recognition of his invaluable service to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, this citation will be incomplete without enumerating Dr. Mobolaji Lawal's service to the Nigerian government and the various leadership positions he has held in the medical profession and in the community. These are inter alia, President of the Rotary Club of Satellite Town, 1989 to 1990, Chairman, Guild of Medical Directors, Lagos State, 1995 to 1997, President, Pediatric Association of Nigeria, 1998 to 2001, Board Member, National Hospital for Women and Children, National Hospital Abuja, 1999 to 2001, Chairman, VGC Property Owners and Residents Association, 2003 to 2008, Member, Faculty Board, Faculty of Pediatrics, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, 2007 to 2009, Professional Groups Relationship Advisor to the Honorable Minister of Health, Federal Minister of Health, Abuja, Nigeria, 2007 to 2008. Executive Board Member of the Nigerian Heart Foundation, 2011 to 2017. Chairman, Executive Board, Nigerian Heart Foundation, 2017 to date. President, Board of Trustees and Chairman and Council, Medical Ethics and Governance Limited, 2022. Founder and Chairman, Pediatricians in Private Practice Group, 2021 till date. Now, thank you. Yes, we can give it up for him. Thank you. If there's any one leader in the field of medicine in Nigeria today who is an avid believer in continuing professional development, that person is Dr. Mobolaji Lawal. He has not only consistently and passionately pursued training and mentoring of younger colleagues, but continues himself to participate in several national and international scientific conferences, seminars, and trainings. Furthermore, Mobolaji Lawal is a member of the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, the Association of General and Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria, the Guild of Medical Directors, the Nigerian Medical Association, and the Musical Society of Nigeria. Very, very well traveled, both locally and globally. Dr. Mobolaji Lawal enjoys watching sports and playing the piano. He was enjoying the strains of music just now. And he is very happily married and blessed with very well accomplished children and grandchildren. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our chairman for the day, Dr. Olufemi Mobolaji Lawal. I think the MC should help me here. Let's give it up for our chairman.
Would you like to come this way, or you would prefer that? Would like to come here? All right, sir. Please appreciate Dr. Mobolaji Lawal, our chairman. You will acknowledge that when they were reading the years, you would say, is it the man? Dr. Mobolaji Lawal is looking very young. Very, very young. When I grow young, I want to be like you. University of Ibadan. I was told by someone to emphasize UI, University of Ibadan. Thank you very much. In the year 1995, I went to University of Ibadan. Yes. I am at home with him. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, the coordinator of the program. And I want to thank Dr. Annette Akinshete for the way he has packaged me. I am very, very grateful to you. Thank you very much. I would like to stand on the protocol already established to save time. But just to mention the founder and chairman of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria, our highly revered and professional senior, Professor Olu Akinyoju, and his wife, Mrs. Akinyoju, the board members, the distinguished board members who are doing a great job here of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria, who are seated in front here, and of course the National Director, CEO of Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Dr. Annette Akinshete. Not to mention Pastor, not to forget Pastor Atinuke Adeleye. Thank you very much for volunteering and coming out to disabuse people of the stigma associated with, some people ignorantly associate with sickle cell disorders. I am very, very pleased, frankly, to be here today to share in the celebration of this year's World Sickle Day annual lecture. And I have to thank the Sickle Cell Foundation, Nigeria, for inviting me to chair this important event. In particular, I wish to thank our revered chief host, Professor Olu Akinyoju, and the vibrant National Director, Dr. Annette Akinshete. Prof, I admire your foresight, frankly, in establishing this foundation and center as it distinct not only on the physical well-being, but also the emotional, social, educational, and economic aspects of life of the affected persons, and the families are not spared. So all these should be deserving of our attention as a nation. So I salute the founder for his immense efforts to play his own part to address some of these challenges through establishing this foundation. I also salute all those who have supported the effort so far. It is clear to me from what I see here that he could not have done all this without the support of so many people who are with him, the board of directors, and various philanthropists who have dipped their hand deep in their pocket and helped to establish this place. I should not forget to commend the current management of the foundation, led by the dynamic national director, Dr. Annette Akishete, for keeping the flag flying. I saw her and other teams during the sickle cell walk on Saturday, and the pictures were very nice. I wasn't able to make it, but it was a grand event. So the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria, the foundation, and Sickle Cell Center are now very important parts of our national healthcare delivery system, especially concerning overall care of people with sickle cell disorders. Sickle Cell Foundation is the only sickle cell NGO that goes beyond advocacy and keeping up with technological advances on the one hand, to offering solutions to people with sickle cell disorder, be it prevention, treatment, care and support, and now cure. Sickle Cell Foundation recently established a world-class bone marrow transplant center for sickle cell disorders in partnership with Luth, providing access to the only known cure for sickle cell disorder, at least for now. This is available to Nigerians right here in Nigeria at a relatively less expensive rate than you get in most parts of the world. This center was commissioned by the governor of Lagos State in January this year. Again, I heartily congratulate the foundation for these major achievements, and I wish them more success. Today, however, we are joining the foundation in celebrating this year's World Sickle Cell Day with a public lecture that focuses on one of the important time-tested tools that have helped in ensuring best outcomes in people with sickle cell disorders. That is self-care. Drawing from my 40 years experience as a pediatrician, who has been actively involved in the care of many children with sickle cell disorders, both informed self-care and caregiving by physicians of occurrence to alleviate the financial burden of care for people with sickle cell disorders. We should, however, keep abreast of technological advances that are now available for both prevention and management of sickle cell disorders. I will not go into this because I'm not here to deliver a lecture. But the foundation is already doing well in this. Our main purpose for being here today, ladies and gentlemen, is to listen and learn. And we have an internationally renowned lecturer, Professor Nora Akinola, to do justice to the topic. By appealing to our critical partners, the gentlemen of the press, to kindly carry the messages from the lecture to every nook and corner of this country. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our wonderful chairman. Please, let's appreciate him once again. Let's recognize very quickly the presence of Dr. Tunde Ajayi, Special Assistant to the Honorable Commissioner for Health. He will be coming to give us his goodwill remark. Before he comes up, I would like to recommend Advisory Committee of LUT CIMAC, Professor W.L. Adeyemo. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate the partnership. Please let us make welcome, representing the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tunde Ajayi.
Tunde Ajayi. Yeah, I will stand on the existing protocol. Well, special mention and appreciation to Dr. Akishete and my teachers and colleagues in the room. Thank you. The Commissioner sends his regards. He's unavoidably absent He's currently on a work trip to the United Kingdom, and he's particularly asked me to speak or share a few things with us there. We have done a lot of advocacy. There's a lot of work that has been done. We've done so much around, treatment and inching closer to cure. He's particularly interested in how these services can percolate the primary health sector, and make it spread wider and get closer to people. And appreciate us for putting this together, and then wish us successful deliberations, and hopefully we get better traction from here. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Tunde Ajayi. If Dr. Ajayi, if you were a lawyer, you would have passed the bar exam. Lawyers do it in brief. Your brevity is well.
OAU Ile-Ife. She obtained a diploma in hematology from the Royal Postgraduate Medical School, Hammersmith Hospital, under the Imperial College, University of London in 1989. She went on to the University of Birmingham as a Wellcome Trust Fellow, where she bagged a PhD in the rheology of sickle cell vaso-occlusion in 1992. Akinola commenced her academic career as Lecturer 1 in the Department of Hematology and Immunology, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, College of Health Sciences, OAU Ile-Ife in 1993. She completed her professional training in internal medicine, FMCP, at the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in 1994, and her fellowship in hematology, FMC Path, at the same college in 1998, both at OAU THC, Ile-Ife. She rose up the ranks as a lecturer consultant hematologist, and with dint of hard work, and became a professor of hematology in 2007. Professor Akinola, I think that's the way to say it in Yoruba, is a renowned scholar in the field of hematology with over 70 publications in various peer-reviewed national and international journals of repute to her credit. Nora Akinola's research interests span communicable and non-communicable diseases, including HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, sickle cell disease, hemato-oncology, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, and blood transfusion medicine. Yes, I think she deserves a round of applause there. Thank you, thank you. She has conducted clinical trials for new antimalarial and antiretroviral agents, as well as herbal agents with promising anti-sickling properties. As a researcher, Professor Akinola has successfully supervised candidates at postgraduate level, PhD, MSc, and fellowships. Thank you. Nora Akinola is a highly valued member of the Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria, an entity that coordinates research activities in the prevention and management of sickle cell disease. She's not only the Southwest coordinator of the society, but also serves as the program administrator of its comprehensive newborn screening and follow-up program. Beyond the foregoing, Professor Akinola is also the transplant coordinator for the proposed hematopoietic stem cell transplantation program at OAU THC Ile-Ife. Nora also has a strong passion for community work, educating the community about common diseases via her television show on NTA Ife tagged You and Your Health, and through the NGO that she founded called Mustard Seed Health Awareness Initiative, MSHI. MSHI provides prevention, care, and support services to patients with sickle cell disease, HIV and AIDS, and chronic lymphocytic leukemia. You see, she's a woman of many, many parts. As an astute administrator, Professor Akinola has held administrative positions at various levels in OAU and the teaching hospital in Ile-Ife, including head of Department of Hematology, chairman of the faculty postgraduate committee, vice dean and dean, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, and chairman laboratory revolving fund committee at OAU THC Ile-Ife. Professor Akinola has received many grants and awards in her areas of research and obtained a fellowship award from the American College of Physicians, ACP, for an international exchange program in HIV and AIDS in 2004, after which she was made a fellow, FACP. You see that after her name, FACP, in 2005 for her contribution to that community. In addition, Nora Akinola is an examiner at the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in both the faculties of pathology and internal medicine. She's also chair of the clinical hematology subspecialty in internal medicine and served as member Court of Examiners in the National Postgraduate College, Faculty of Pathology from 2016 to 2021. Professor Akinola is a member of many national and international professional associations, societies, and organizations, including the American College of Physicians, the American Society of Hematology, ASH, the British Society of Hematology, BSH, Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria, SCSSN, and British Blood Transfusion Society. Furthermore, having held different positions in the executive body of the Nigerian Society for Hematology and Blood Transfusion, NSHBT, she was unanimously nominated the editor-in-chief for the official journal of the society, the Nigerian Journal of Hematology, the only journal published by any African hematology society. A compassionate physician and an accomplished mentor, Nora is very happily married and blessed with a doctor's son. She enjoys music and is a devout Christian. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I give you today Professor Nora Olubunmi Akinola, FACP, our keynote speaker for the day.
Don't stop. Please don't stop. Don't stop. Can we just give her a wonderful standing recognition? Please appreciate her.
Thank you very much, everyone. I will also stand on existing protocol, and it won't cave in. Our honorable chairman for today's occasion, and our wonderful chairman of the board, Professor Olu Akinyoju, a mentor of mine, one of the very first hematologists that received me when I returned to Nigeria in 1992. He's a wonderful teacher, a professor of professors. I doff my cap to you, sir. Congratulations for today. I also want to thank your darling wife, who I also knew very well. Thank you very much for what you are doing for him. You're looking much younger than I expected, so he must be doing something for you too. That's good. Where are my slides, please? Do you have them? No? Okay, so while I wait for the slides, some of you didn't come in at the time when the orchestra was playing. It was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Where are they? Stand for recognition, please. You will go places. Thank you very much. It reminded me of the day I visited the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, in Bethesda, Maryland. in my quest to acquire knowledge for transplants. In the transplant building there, in the reception, after you see the secretary and all the people who are doing the official work, behind them is the place where the orchestra plays. They play morning, afternoon, evening. It is simply awesome. And their performance this morning reminded me of that time when I was in NIH. Please give them another round of applause. So I've been asked to talk about sickle cell disorder, the importance of self-care. This year, next slide please, June 19 was shared by something special. Next slide please. Okay, that's it. Was shared by Father's Day. It's not a coincidence. And I'm sure it was for a purpose. So I want to recognize all fathers here today. And all those who are online with us, at home and in diaspora. Especially our grandfather, Professor Oluwakinyoju, and our chairman of the day. And our honorable gentleman from the WHO. Thank you very much. You're all fathers. We appreciate you. But there is a father. I would say was now, because it's now late, who is a father of research in sickle cell disease, who I would like to pay tribute to this morning. And that is our very own Ohene Frimpong from Ghana. He spent most of his years in America, but he refused to become an American citizen. He didn't change his citizenship. He was a Ghanaian to the core until he died. He contributed immensely to sickle cell research internationally. He single-handedly started the newborn screen in Ghana in 1993. And recently he made a video to increase awareness for sickle cell disease, where he stated categorically that sickle cell disease is manageable, it is not a death sentence. So if you don't hear anything at all that I say today, please go home with that. Sickle cell disease is manageable. It is not a death sentence. As a tribute to Professor Ohene Frimpong of blessed memory. May his soul rest in peace. At that point, I will ask you to do a little bit of exercise. Let's all stand for 1 minute of silence. I hope our chairman will allow me to do this. Thank you, sir. For all our departed, whether they are care providers, caregivers at home, or people living with sickle cell disease. 1 minute silence, please. Thank you. May their gentle souls rest in peace. Amen. Next slide, please. Everybody has been hearing a lot about sickle cell disease. And you'll be hearing it over and over and over again. And it's for emphasis. Sickle cell disease is a global public health concern. And Nigeria has the largest population of people living with sickle cell disease or being born with sickle cell disease all over the world. It is a non-communicable disease, and therefore it should be of great concern to our government at all levels. We have been celebrating the World Sickle Cell Day, June 19, since 2010. And it was to commemorate the paper that was written that first justified the word sickle cell because previous papers had described the clinical features seen in people all over the place. But that was the first paper that actually described sickle cell as we see it under the microscope and as we know it today. And that paper was written by James Herrick and his team. And it was consequent upon a dentistry student who came from Grenada to study dentistry in Chicago. And he had issues to visit the hospital. That is the new Presbyterian Hospital in Chicago. And as usual, it was the intern that saw him first, took his blood, had a look at it, and saw these strange cells, which were now known to be sickle cells. But as usual, it's not the intern that gets the glory. It's the Oga at the top. Next slide, please. So this is what was seen on the microscope. You can see the sickle cells, the regular shaped cells. So it was Herrick et al. That got the credit. Since then, so many papers have come out talking about sickle cell disease. Next slide, please. So this is a schematic representation of the prevalence of sickle cell disorder. As you can see here, that 25%, about 25%, are carriers. I'm one of them. I'm one of the 1 in 4 that carry the sickle gene. And I'm not stigmatized, because I stigmatized myself first by saying, at the time I had to choose a life partner, everybody, I'm a carrier. If you're a carrier, don't come near me. So if you're not AA, don't apply. So that was it. And there was a reason for it, because the last born of my mother had the disease, and she died at the age of 12 years. She had it really bad. We were living in London at the time. And at the age of 6 months, when she was to begin to show the signs and symptoms of the disease, she even got the most severe presentation of all, meningococcal meningitis. Pediatricians will understand what I mean by that. But she survived because she was in an environment that knew what to do for her. And immediately put on penicillin, prophylaxis, folic acid, and the lot. But that does not change the severity of the disease that she was born with. She had inherited a severe disease. That disease, that infection she had, should have caused her either to be deaf or have other neurological deficits. But because she was managed properly, she came out of it completely whole, without any complications. That's why I have spent 30 years of my life, if not more, studying sickle cell disease in various ways. Next slide, please. So I will start by giving you definition of terms to make it easy for those who are not medics amongst us. I can see a lot of my colleagues are here. You know all about it, but this talk is not for you. It is for those who need the information, who need the education. Next slide, please. Right. Sickle cell disease is a hemoglobinopathy. It's a long word, it's a mouthful, but what do you mean by hemoglobinopathy? Hemoglobinopathy is the inheritance of a disease that is as a result of the production of unusual hemoglobins. Listen to my language. I'm not saying normal or abnormal. I'm using usual or unusual. And it's all because of stigmatization. We want to try and downplay stigmatization. So, the usual hemoglobin is hemoglobin A. And we have unusual hemoglobins, which we also call hemoglobin variants. They are S, C, D, E, G, various, okay? So, but we're commonly aware of S because of the sickle cell. And C also too, all right? Now, sickle cell disease is a qualitative, unusual production of hemoglobin, which means that the quantity is enough, but it's defective. It's not behaving in the usual way as hemoglobin A, because it will sickle once it's deprived of oxygen. What is hemoglobin disorder? Now, this is the inheritance of at least one sickle gene. Now, we all inherit 2 genes, one from mother, one from father. Sickle cell disorder is just the inheritance of one sickle gene. I have sickle cell disorder, but I don't have the disease. But let me now say quickly here that being a sickle cell trait does not mean you may not exhibit some features similar to a disease condition. It depends on the environment you're in and the condition in which you are in at the time. You would have heard about athletes having myocardial infarction, chest pain, and things like that. And they are traits, all right? And you would have heard of hematuria occurring, that is passage of blood in urine. It can happen to anybody. Even people with hemoglobin A, the usual hemoglobin, can have hematuria, that is passage of blood in urine. But it's more common in people who have sickle cell disease than the general population. So, but having said that, that does not mean that if you have pains as a carrier, that you have sickle cell painful crisis. Because there are so many things that can cause pain. Even malaria infection will give you pain, isn't it? Yes. Is that equal to sickle cell pain? No. So it is a term of exclusion when you start talking about painful crisis. We'll talk about that later. So sickle cell disease, therefore, is the inheritance of the sickle gene and another unusual hemoglobin, be it a double portion of the S gene or as SC, SD, SE, SG, etc. All right? So these are what we call the disease because they will manifest with the features of sickle cell disease. That's why we call it disease. However, everything altogether, we call them as disorders. When the sickle gene is inherited as a double portion, that is in the homozygous state, it is now referred to as sickle cell anemia. So you need to differentiate between sickle cell disease, sickle cell disorder, sickle cell anemia. It's very important. So can you go back a minute? There's one or two things that's in the previous slide. Okay. Now, we talk about genotype. It was when I went for my training in the Hammersmith Hospital, and they asked me, what test do you do to confirm your patients with sickle cell disease? Oh, I said, we do genotype. He said, hey, you do genotype? What method do you use? And I said, hey, why is he asking such a stupid question? Isn't it simple? Is it not electrophoresis? I said, no, that's not genotype. Genotype is when you go to the level of the DNA, the molecular level. So I want you to try and change your vocabulary here. All right? There's a lot of misconceptions that have gone on for a long time that we must try and attend to. So what we do regularly in our laboratories is the phenotype, not the genotype. Phenotype is the expression of the gene in form of the gene product, that is the protein that is the product of that gene. So the sickle cell S gene will give rise to the sickle cell hemoglobin S protein. It is the hemoglobin S protein that we actually investigate in our laboratories. That's what we test until we begin to talk about haplotypes, which are the gene, hemoglobin gene investigations. So we talk about anemia. What is anemia? Shortage of blood, where you don't have enough blood. I think everybody knows that. Yes, next slide, please. Okay. So to do genetic testing, you would need to do DNA analysis, genetic fingerprinting, all right, which is what we use for prenatal diagnosis. What do we mean by prenatal diagnosis? Is investigating an unborn child around the 10th week of gestation while in utero to see whether that child is carrying the sickle gene or not. That will be done for couples who are at risk, all right? Any at-risk couple will be, and in the couples who have the trait, we are the at-risk couples, all right? So it is PND that we use, prenatal diagnosis. Right now, this is not being done here. I think we're all planning to do it one way or the other. We're all working hard at it. I'm sure Dr. Adeyemo will agree with me. We take samples, send them abroad, they bring us results. But we're at the point of getting our own results right now. So kudos to Sickle Cell Foundation. Thank you very much. So there are various haplotypes. And the most problematic of them all is the benign haplotype, which is the one that's prevalent in Nigeria. And that is why you find our patients who are living with sickle cell disease tend to have severe manifestations, okay? Followed by Senegal, the Bantu, that is the Central African Republic haplotype, the Cameroon haplotype, and the Arabia Asian haplotype. Now you find that if you look at the manifestation of these various haplotypes, what makes a difference between them is the fetal hemoglobin concentration that accompanies the genetic expression. And you find that fetal hemoglobin in the benign haplotype is the smallest, whereas it is highest amongst the Arabian Asian haplotype carriers. So they have relatively milder disease. But I'm sure Professor Adekila, if he's listening, will also tell me that even though in Saudi Arabia you have patients with high F, some of them still come down with what? Severe disease, which means that indeed there's a lot we still don't know. Just as my dear friend Dr. Adeyemo has said earlier, there's a big gap between what we know and what we don't know. But the essence of this talk is to reiterate what we know and get us to understand them very well. Next slide, please. So here is a table of some usual hemoglobin types, okay? That is the hemoglobins, actually, all right? Hemoglobin A is the adult, A for adult, remember, A for adult. Hemoglobin A is the usual adult hemoglobin. Hemoglobin S is a variant. It's an unusual variant. Hemoglobin F is a minor adult, but a major fetal. So if you remember fetus, remember F. So hemoglobin F is for the unborn child. So it's easy to remember. A for adult, F for fetus, S is a variant. Legionnaires, I will tell you how it became a visitor later. But you see, hemoglobin itself is composed of subunits, two subunits. Yeah. Regular alpha and the alpha-like subunits, which you find within, entwined around a heme moiety, which contains the iron. You know, hemoglobin is red because it contains iron. All right? So you find that the pairs of genes, of chains that are produced to form hemoglobin A is alpha 2, beta 2. All right? For F, you can see that alpha 2 is constant for all of them. It's a constant. But the variation is in the beta globin portion, where the beta 2 represents that for adult hemoglobin. F is represented by gamma 2 instead of beta 2. A2 is represented by delta 2 chains. These happen especially when there is a coexistence of sickle cell disease with thalassemia. Now, this is a nitty-gritty here for us to understand as well. You may have hemoglobin A, all right, and the labs will tell you it's A. But there may be an underlying thalassemia trait. Just like I'm a trait for sickle cell, there may be an A that is what? A trait. Yes, you'll be investigated as being having A. But when we investigate you further, you will see that your F level is higher and your A2 level is also higher because they have gone to compensate for the addition that, or the inadequacy or the insufficiency of the regular beta chain, especially when it is beta thalassemia. All right? Next slide, please. So, this hemoglobin S gene, how did it come about? It is a point mutation at the 6th position of the beta globin gene. And I've introduced you to the alpha and non-alpha. The non-alphas are the beta, the delta, and the gamma. All right? They all have genes that are responsible for their production. You find that hemoglobin C also is a mutation at the same position, but this time there's a substitution of lysine for glutamic acid instead of the valine of the sickle cell gene. That's the difference between S and C. Next slide, please. Now, this is a figure that shows Africa in those days when there was malaria all over the place. In fact, the whole world, there was malaria, even in Europe at the time. And the one in pink shows the distribution of the sickle cell trait. You can find that there's a relationship. You can superimpose them on each other, which means that the presence of sickle cell trait is being triggered by what? Malaria. Malaria is the culprit. Malaria has caused this mutation many, many millions of years ago. But with the control of malaria, you find that malaria now is left in the tropical regions of the world. They have been able to control it in Europe. So we too must try and control malaria, even in Africa. So it's a challenge. But what happened? In those days, next slide, please. When people didn't know how to look after malaria and treat it, malaria was destroying red cells, particularly of those who have the regular hemoglobin A. They were dying from malaria. But you saw that those with the trait, the carriers of hemoglobin S, were surviving. And those with sickle cell themselves also died because they started off at a disadvantaged level of hemoglobin concentration anyway. All right? So there's this survival advantage for the AS. So it's not all negative for the AS. There's some positive there. That is, we don't get malaria. All of you here say amen, you don't get malaria. Ah, yes. You have to be put to a lot of stress to get malaria. And I remember the last malaria I really had was when I just delivered my baby. And I had malaria. And you know, during pregnancy, the malaria parasites goes to, invest the placenta. It goes and homes into the placenta, waiting for it to be separated so it can do its havoc. Because in the pregnant woman, malaria is also a big challenge, whether she has sickle cell disease or not. And that is why WHO has come up with this treatment for malaria now, because it's a key problem for pregnant women. So when I had my baby, I was in a foreign land, and I had malaria. Within 24 hours of delivery, I was shivering. And I said, no, this is malaria. It can't be anything else. So I had to tell them, go and get me chloroquine. Those days when chloroquine was still the in thing to treat malaria. And they had to go to the tropical whatever institute to go and get me chloroquine. I said, hey, I should have brought chloroquine with me, But anyway, I survived it because I'm AS. We are born to survive malaria. And it's because our cells will recognize the malaria. Malaria goes into the red cells and uses the machinery of the red cell, that is, to get the oxygen that it needs to multiply. And once the red cell that has AS is slightly depleted of oxygen, the S there will sickle. It will sickle quickly. And as it goes through the spleen, that's why the spleen is a very, very important organ. As it goes through the spleen picks it up, takes the cell, and destroys it with all the malaria inside it. So it doesn't allow the malaria to proliferate. So the spleen helps us to survive the malaria. And that is the survival advantage the AS people have. Next slide, please. So there are myths. You've heard of myths. They say they can't live beyond the age of 21 years. We all know it's not true, right? Very good. They say that, they're spiritually possessed. That's not true either, all right? Some say they're infertile. We know that also is not true, because we've even had some of them having twins, even in our hospital. All right? And then they say they can't do exercise. Some of them will come for youth service and say, doctor, I need a letter of exemption because, I have sickle cell. I've been posted to Samfara. I need to be near home. And therefore, I say, are you sure it's only because of sickle cell or there's something else? They can do exercise. But it has to be moderated and within the limitation of that individual. Am I communicating? Yes. Because you see, they need the exercise also to remain fit. All right? So all these are myths and there's no truth in them. Next slide, please. Okay, so the inheritance of sickle cell disease. Is it a game of chance? Yes. So, but the question is, why should you subject the life of your offspring to chance? Should you not try and take control of what you produce from your body so that he will continue to propagate your lineage? Isn't that the essence of producing children? For sustainability and continuity of your generation. So why leave it to chance? This is where the Putin squares come in. You find that it is a relation in the first square. It's mother and father. The dark blue on the top, father. The first column is the mother. And it is like, you can see, a couple of dice there. One belongs to the father, one belongs to the mother. Remember, each parent, because they are carriers, can give A or S. Throw the dice, see what comes up for you. So that is why it is a game of chance. And we should not allow that to continue. However, you will see that there's 25% chance for every pregnancy between a tray couple to have a child with hemoglobin S disease. Now that means that for every pregnancy, there's 1 in 4 chance. And we know families where all their children have sickle cell disease. Oh yes. All right? Why play a chance game with the lives of your children? It's a question everybody has to answer. Again, if you now have a father that is AC and a mother that's AS, it's a similar situation. It's still a 1 in 4 chance that the child will have SC disease rather than SS now. Now, the only thing is that it is said that SC disease is supposed to be milder than SS disease. But we are seeing patients who are actually presenting as if they're SS. Yet, laboratory-wise, they have the C gene. Next slide, please. So, we should not play chance game with our babies. Now, when you get results of your hemoglobin, well, let me not jump the gun. What is the definition of time of steady state? I will talk about that later. What's the steady state? The first definition was obtained from my PhD degree at the University of Birmingham. And it's stated as a pain-free period of at least 3 weeks before a new event, and at least 1 week before that event. That is 3 weeks after, 1 week before. That person must be what? Pain-free. All right? When it comes to painful crisis. Or, if it's not related to pain, that there a period of 3 months in which that individual has not had any intervention, like blood transfusion for a hemolytic crisis or any other of the anemic crisis, or is on what we call a disease modifier. So that's the definition of steady state. So when somebody is on hydroxyurea, on cyclavit, or nicosan, or any of the disease modifiers, you need to, if you want to do a study, they must be off that drug for at least 3 months before you can start your study without those modifiers. So the steady state we found was not steady, rheologically not steady, because there are inter and intrapersonal variations, all right, in the clinical presentations with time, and even in the same person, over time, the presentations vary. So 1 minute is okay, the next minute is not okay. More so in the rainy season. So it's rather seasonal as well. Next slide, please. So, crises. Now, crises are phases of sickle cell disease. That is, illness that are related to the sickle cell disease that punctuate the steady state. All right? And they may be categorized as painful crisis, which is the most common crisis, and is usually called vaso-occlusive crisis. The next common is the hemolytic crisis, which causes red cell destruction. And as I said, malaria is a very number 1 culprit for this. All right? It will lyse the red cells, and the the patient will need to be transfused. Sequestration crisis can come very subtly. Now, this is where mothers come in when it comes to taking care of their children. Many children have sequestration crises unknown to their mothers, and they die. And that's why up to 50% of our newborns or young children will die before the age of 5 years. And it's usually due to this sequestration crisis, because it goes unnoticed. And that's why we tell mothers to always examine the spleen, the abdomen of their babies. Look for the spleen. Is it getting larger? Can you feel it? You can feel it, and you say, it wasn't this big yesterday. Shout, take the baby to the hospital immediately before it becomes a major crisis. Aplastic crisis. And this is usually due to an infection, a virus infection called parvovirus B19, which actually goes to destroy the red cells in the marrow. It just goes to the very roots of the matter. Then megaloblastic, there's an S missing there, sorry. Megaloblastic crisis, which is due to deficiencies in the routine drugs, that is your folate and the B12. Next slide, please. So, some basic information. These are just terminologies that I've just tried to describe to you and define so that you get to understand what we're talking about. Next slide, please. So, why is there so much variability in sickle cell disease and its severity? You find that the inheritance of the genes, there are so many genes that coexist with the sickle gene and interact with the sickle gene. Many we still don't know. But one of them is the what? The gene for fetal hemoglobin. All right? And again, so the inheritance of the gene, the quality of care, because no matter how severe your disease, if you have good care, that's why I mentioned the experience with my sister. Because she had good quality care, she survived. So the quality of care is very, very important. And then the environment. And our environment is mainly a malarious environment. Infections. And with sickle cell disease, with the sickling and unsickling processes, you have infarction, that is fibrous tissue forming in the spleen that destroys splenic function. All right? And will allow malaria to thrive. Okay? We've talked about fetal hemoglobin. Next slide, please. So this table shows the various hemoglobin profiles that we call sickle cell disease syndromes. But this is a sickle cell disorders. Why? Because you have what? The AS is here. So altogether, it's equal to sickle cell disorder. But remove this, the AS, it becomes sickle cell disease. Okay? So this is the amount of hemoglobin they have in terms of S, A, F, A2, according to, you will see also the beta thalassemia not, and when there's some beta thalassemia produced, in this case you will have some A. Can you see there's some A there? That would deceive people, and they will think it's an AS, whereas it's not AS. It is S beta thal plus. And it will be a little milder than the SS condition. Next slide, please. So, crisis does not just come on its own. Something precipitates it. There are triggers of crisis. And this is where self-care comes in. This is the beginning of planning to do self-care. Dehydration has been found to be a #1 cause of crisis. How many of us drink up to 3 liters of water in a day? Please be honest with yourselves. So these are issues. Even for regular people with hemoglobin A, all right? You need to take a lot of water to preserve your kidneys. Why do you think we have so many patients in the dialysis unit of all our hospitals? Because we're depriving our kidneys of the essential water that it needs to do its function. And then again, infection. All right? We know, we've done studies to show that malaria accounts for 60% of painful crises in our ORs. That is in our emergency ERs, emergency rooms, ERs. All right? Infection, that is malaria. Then comes the issue when you have non-functioning spleen, where you talk about the encapsulated organisms, that is the bacteria, the Haemophilus, pneumonia, and all that. So infection also can damage the kidneys. So there's a relationship between sickle cell disease and kidneys. We know that the kidney function will deteriorate with age. We also know that sickle cell patients also, their kidneys also deteriorates with age, and much more so. So dehydration, infection are key. Extremes of temperature. While sitting at that table, you see that AC there? You will notice I asked somebody to please increase the temperature. It was on 17 degrees, and it was hitting me bad. I left UK to come to Nigeria because I don't like the cold. You know, I prefer to sweat it out than to be doing like this. No way. Again, the same thing applies to people living with sickle cell disease. They must avoid extremes of temperature. So they shouldn't be too hot. So if they sweat too much, they will dehydrate. Takes you back to the beginning. If they're too cold, their vessels will constrict and will make it easy for the sickle cells to what? To clog up the vessels and cause painful crisis. So stress, maybe emotional disturbance, maybe physical exhaustion. And that is why we say people living with sickle cell disease must know their exercise tolerance. They must know their levels. Okay? And then finally, pregnancy. It is an order for woman to perform. It is a must. So we have to do it with caution and with care. All right? I gave you the story about malaria and pregnancy. It cuts across board. More so, in the sickle cell individual, pregnancy is a high-risk condition and must be taken care of by the physician. It's not something you do with self-care. Please note, you cannot take care of pregnancy with what? Self-care. Next slide, please. So this is what happens in the vessels of somebody with sickle cell disease. All right? The top vessel shows how the cells are flowing very easily. They're able to change their shape. They're not rigid. They go through the small vessels, and all is well. No blockade. The lower one shows blockade. All right? And it's because the cells have become sickle. And also, because there's hypoxia, that is low oxygen, there is oxygen deprivation of the tissues, which is what we call ischemia. And if the blockade is not removed, it can cause infarction, that is destruction of that organ. You will lose that organ. But in the process, you find that white cells and cytokines and other elements within the blood will come to that area to try and help out with the obstruction. And you see that these cells, the red cells, when they sickle, they become rigid and they become sticky. So they will stick more to the vessel wall and further compound the obstruction. All right? So that's the basics of what? Vaso-occlusion. Next slide, please. Now, sickle cell complications arise from that pathogenesis. And there's no part of the body that cannot be affected, from head to toe. Just name it. You have acute complications, you have chronic complications. Sickle cell disease is a lifelong disease. So it is better to learn to live with it as early as possible. I won't go through all this because of time. The brain is affected, stroke. Because I think some people are waiting to hear from me concerning TCD, which is transcranial Doppler, that we do for our children under the age of 16. All right? And that investigation is a tool that helps us to quickly determine the at-risk child, the child that is likely to have stroke. And you know, stroke can be very debilitating. All right? So these are things we need to try and prevent. The eyes can also be affected. You find that the eyes are even more affected in those with hemoglobin C than S. Why? Because C causes increased viscosity of the blood and slows down movement of blood. And it affects end organs. Organs which don't have additional collateral to give them what? The oxygen they need. Okay? So the eyes, you can get eye complications, more so in hemoglobin C disease. And you can have blindness from it as well. Bleeding into the vitreous hemorrhage, into the vitreous, that is vitreous hemorrhage, retinal detachment, that will give you blindness. The heart is number one, right? Because of the anemia, the heart is working extra, is an extra burden for the heart to try and maintain the oxygen supply to the tissues with very low hemoglobin concentration. The lungs can be hit, which is what we call acute chest syndrome. Pain, they have cyanosis, there's no oxygen, they're blue children. The liver, jaundice, all right? These are the hallmark of sickle cell disease. Because of the unusual hemoglobin, the red cells don't last as long as they're supposed to. Regular red cell hemoglobin A will last for about 120 days. But in sickle cell disease can last for as few as 5 days, or up to about 50 days, max or so, but definitely less than the regular 120 days. So they constantly be destroyed and replaced. So that's why the marrow is working overtime in these people, all right? And that is why you don't give erythropoietin to try and manage anemia in sickle cell disease unless there's evidence that there is renal compromise. And erythropoietin is normally produced by the kidneys. And because of the kidney failure, the erythropoietin is no longer there to do its work, and you need to supplement. Because readily, the reticulocyte count is high in them, which is evidence that the bone marrow is working over time. Name it, even the bones. First hit, bone pains. All right? Now, the rheology of bone pains is that there is a prodromal period just before the peak of the onset of the pains, which the patient knows and feels, I'm about to have pains. And if the patient is able to do something about it to prevent going into the established phase of the crisis, the painful crisis can be aborted. All right? So Ballas et al. And Akinola et al. Have proven that over the issue of pain, the prodromal phase, the established phases of painful crisis. So any area of the body can be affected. Even the legs. That's why you see your chronic leg ulcer. I cannot stop before I talk about chronic leg ulcer. It is something that is common here among our patients. Among the males, you have priapism. Now, this is a very sensitive area, but it's very important. Mothers, you must be attentive. Because it can affect children even less than the age of 10 years of age. So don't think it affects adults only. All right? Yes. Okay, I'll wrap up. 10 minutes left. Okay, let's move on. So you need to be observant with your patient. Next slide, please. So because of morbidity mortality, we need to, next slide, please. We need to go to newborn screening. Newborn screening is it for us. Newborn screening will make the diagnosis and will track the babies and refer them to treatment. That is the 3 T's of newborn screening: testing, tracking, treatment. And the 2 E's, education and evaluation. And this, once the babies are referred to pediatricians will commence what we call comprehensive care, and it will help to reduce the complications, which we've mentioned already in our babies. Next slide, please. So these are the various diagnostic methods that we use. For newborn screening, we talk about isoelectric focusing and HPLC. We thank God for Sickle Cell Foundation. They're doing very well in this. They have HPLC and they're managing patients excellently well. Next slide, please. Holly leaf, why did I put this here? This is what simulates the reversibly sickle cells. I was in a conference with some patients in Leicester, UK, when some of the patients, one of the individuals living with sickle cell, described painful crises as Brillo pads going through your veins. Now, Brillo pads, I don't know whether they still exist. They're fine iron mesh soaked in soap that you use to wash dirty pans. At least that's what we used to do in those days. Imagine that being pulled through your veins. The type of pain you will have is like putting these holly leaves through your veins. And this is what stimulates the reversible sickle cells. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Of the milestones, you talk about the 1983 prophylactic penicillin studies have saved the day when it comes to infection in the very young, that is under 5s. Then the multicenter study of hydroxyurea of 1995, milestones. And then the multicenter bone marrow transplant study that demonstrated that it can give a cure to our patients with sickle cell disease. Next slide. Next slide. We talk about TCD, that is transcranial Doppler and stroke. Then the issue of daycare, which has been well established here in the Sickle Cell Foundation and in many of our teaching hospitals. That is, patients can walk in, get treated same day, and go back home. Nothing easier than that. And it's more palatable to our patients than to be sent to the ward where they can catch other infections. Then you must have heard of the transgenic mouse model that had been used to investigate drugs, investigational drugs. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, some people may ask, can you give babies hydroxyurea? Here it is. There is a study there, 2017, that children, all right, can receive, 2012, sorry, children between the ages of 9 months and 18 months can commence the use of hydroxyurea without any complications. And then finally, 2020, gene editing, which is the other method of cure outside transplantation. It won a Nobel Prize in 2020, but it's still in the clinical trial stages. Next, please. Newer drugs, you've heard of all these drugs. Glutamine, cruxanlizumab, and voxelotor. These are newer drugs which are in clinical trials. We don't know what will be the responses of our patients here, but it is they are FDA-approved drugs, but right now they're very expensive. So unless you have the funds, you may not be able to experience the use of these drugs. Next, please. Next, please. Maintenance of steady state is key. Prevention is better than cure. All right? We talk about hematinics. We don't give iron because with hemolysis, you recycle the iron. You don't give it. You give antimalarials, antimicrobial prophylaxis up to the age of 5 years, hydration. And then you have your disease-modifying agents. In those days, we talk about Fagara. All right? We talk about Nicosan, Niprisan, Cyclavit, then hydroxyurea. Next, please. All right. Management of crisis is here. You find that other than painful crisis, all the other crises will need blood transfusion. So it's always better to avoid it because blood transfusion also has its own complications. And with blood transfusion, there's also added risk of infection. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Right. Components of self-care. Self-care is the ability to take care of oneself. And that's why all of us here are well-groomed because we are taking care of ourselves. We are doing it independently. The children, the mothers are helping them to do so. All right? And it has been defined as the gradual development of skills related to caring for oneself that are improved by experience, direct education, and maturity. Self-care also includes the ability to improve, restore, and maintain one's own personal health and psychological wellness. Next slide, please. Self-care refers to all the things we need to do to keep our bodies safe and healthy. Simply put, all right? That means, are you sleeping enough? How many hours of sleep are you getting a day? Hands up those who get less than 6 hours of sleep every day. All the professionals, they will be in that category. So you're not helping yourself. So you have to repent, okay? All right. Eating and drinking. You must eat well and drink well. And we say you must drink like a fish. As I've told you, the kidneys are also crying for water. All right? Brushing of teeth. A lot of people don't brush their teeth. And the teeth, it's very important that we check the teeth and send our patients to the dentist for referral. Because that is a number one source of infection. Your dressing and bathing and grooming. I was reading an article where abroad, it's mainly cold water. You don't sweat a lot, so there's no need to have a bath every day like we do here. All right? One of the reasons we have a bath every day is because we sweat, it's hot, it's sticky, you just can't stand not having a bath. Out there, you can go a whole year without having a bath. There was a time that it was legislated in France that it was important that everybody must have a bath at least once in a year. Can you imagine that? Oh. But anyway, it depends on where you are. The environment is important. Okay? So it is expected that by the age of 10 to 11 years, children should normally be able to take care of themselves. So mothers in the house, mothers online, please note, it's your responsibility to educate your children to know how to take care of themselves. Not the housemaid. Not the housemaid. The housemaid doesn't care. Next slide, please. Okay. So at the earlier age, we expect mothers to check the eyes of their babies, their children. So is there blood in it? If there's not enough blood, you take the child to the hospital before any other signs. Look at the eyes for jaundice, yellowness of the sclera. Is there dehydration? When you pinch the skin and see whether the pinch is returning back quickly or it's remaining folded. It's very sluggish to return. That's what we call skin toggle. Look at the abdomen. Is it getting bigger? As I said before, learn to examine the spleen of your babies or your children. Look at the hands and feet. All right? This is what we call dactylitis. All right? This happens in children under the age of 2 years usually. All right? This is an example of what you have in the insert there. The urine, the color of the urine of your children is also important. Yes, we know they're on vitamin B, which makes the urine yellow. But it's brilliant yellow, all right? When it is no longer brilliant yellow, it's becoming amber and dark amber, there is dehydration. Or the child is passing blood in urine. So you have to take note of these things, all right? Now, determine the rate of growth. Is it in line with other children? Or is there failure to thrive, okay? Look at the immunization record. Has the child received all the immunization, the vaccines that he's supposed to have over the various various periods that they're supposed to have immunization? And then how many days off school is your child having? It's all these things correlate to the degree of what? Self-care. Now, the adolescent is the most interesting part because it's the time they're transitioning from pediatric care, from the care of their mothers, into adult independent care. I saw a patient in the clinic yesterday, a 16-year-old male who was admitted for anemic crisis as a result of hemolysis from malaria 2 weeks before and was discharged. He was given a slip for full blood count, all right, to come and see the doctors in 2 weeks, all right, which is the tradition. On getting to the clinic, I was there in the clinic yesterday, the patient was asked for the results of that test. I did it, but, I left it at home. What is it doing? What is your result doing at home? Who's going to use it at home? It's the doctors that need this in the clinic. Next time, bring your results to the clinic. And this is the beauty of transitioning of care. If that child had been put through a transition program from pediatric to adult, that wouldn't have happened. Because we now had to start to counsel her, educate her about self-care, being independent. Because every time you ask her a question, I have to ask my mother. Mommy knows all. But let not mommy know all. Mommy, whatever you know, transfer to your children at the right time. Thank you very much. Because knowledge is power. Thank you very much. Let's give all mothers a round of applause. I think they deserve it. They're doing a wonderful job. And we must continue to encourage them to do more. Knowledge is power, so we must educate our adolescents, all right? And we should, because it has been found that the low quality of life is been found to relate to the level of knowledge. So when the knowledge is low, the quality of life is also low. And there are efforts made to improve the knowledge of patients and providing support and care to enhance quality of life. So we need to work together in this. This is where our support groups and clubs come in. Mothers can't do it alone. They need to share information with their peers, and they must exchange knowledge. All right? Now, sickle cell disease has been reported to have significant impacts on physical, occupational, and psychosocial well-being. All right? And it's found that it affects the levels of independence. So if you educate them very well, they become confident. And they're able to stand alone. They won't be saying, let me go and ask mommy. Let me go and ask daddy. So high-risk behaviors have been found also to be dependent on family characteristics. You know, it's what a child sees that he copies. We human beings, we're copycats, and we copy whatever we want to copy. All right? Whatever pleases us, we copy. And we try and do it better than what we have seen. All right? So that is the innate characteristics of DNA. It copies itself, isn't it? So you copy DNA, it becomes more, and in the process of copying, there are errors occurring. All right? Well, that is a topic for another day. But we're copycats by nature. So if you don't want your child to do certain things, don't do these things in front of your child. Like smoking, like drinking, like engaging in illicit sex and all these things. All these things will affect an adolescent. Watch what they watch on social media, on television. It has been found that the mean ages of first sexual intercourse was found to be 16 years old among a cohort of patients living with sickle cell disease. Now, that is exposing them to what? Infection. Sexually transmitted infections and other type of infections. The age for smoking was 15.7 years. Age for alcohol use, 14.9 years. All right? And 1/5 of them had sex, and half of them had sex by the age of what? 17 years. That is Ajike et al. So, when we're talking about self-care, we need some resources. We talk about assertive communication skills, which means parents will need to be assertive. Don't become ambiguous when you're giving instruction to a child, because they'll play on you, all right? And they'll do their own thing and they think it's okay. It's not okay. There are coping behaviors that they must be taught. Self-care abilities. Some children just can't do it on their own. They need to be supported. So parents, it's our duty to be able to assess the ability of our children to know how far they can go. Again, self-efficacy. How well do they do the chores you ask them to do? Are they meticulous or are they just nonchalant about it? So social support, very, very important. We need to support them on every side. So there are vulnerability factors that mitigate against resources and against health outcomes. And these are one, complications of the disease. For somebody who has stroke, for example, has physical limitation, disability. And you don't expect that sort of person to go and be doing school sports, all right? So, lack of sickle cell crisis, cue recognition, stroke response. Not all children understand when it is they have crisis. They need to be taught to appreciate when crisis starts and what to do about it. Education. The number of crises per year has also been found to be a mitigating factor to self-care resources. That is, we know that the number of crises per year is directly related to the severity of the disease. So if you have severe disease, who cares? The child is always in and out of hospital. And the child gets to a point when he says, well, if I go die now. What's going to happen? So these are issues. And we must avoid overprotection. All right? Let's not pamper our children. Give them the opportunity to learn and become independent. And then outcomes, health outcomes, are the health-related quality of life. They will be better. They have self-esteem. All right? And they'll be able to manage pain without causing undue harm to themselves. Now, we know that some of our patients, because of the problem they face going to the hospital, queuing up with other patients and all the disrespectful words that are spoken by the care providers, they opt out from going to the hospital. And they decide to stay at home, probably call a CHU or a nurse or somebody to help them. And some of them are bold enough to even inject themselves. They will go and buy pentacillin, which is a drug that should be banned for sickle cell individuals and should not be used by unprofessional hands. Let me say it that way. it should not be used by unprofessional hands because of the issues of tolerance and dependence. Okay? And health-related stigma. So, because of all these issues, they will now isolate themselves, they become depressed, they think the whole world is staring at them and talking about them, gossiping and all that. And it really, really breaks them down. Next slide, please. So self-esteem is very important. We must encourage self-esteem in these people. And as a man thinketh, so is he. It's like the story of the grasshopper mentality. If you think you're a grasshopper, you remain grasshopper. If you think you're a king, you are able to do a lot of things. So let us try and help them to think positively about themselves and about what they can do. Let them have self-confidence and feel secure, knowing that they have people who can help them when they need help. Let's not get angry with them. Let us support them every way. Let them feel worthy. All right? Let them feel worthy of being human beings, being alive. Next slide, please. Okay, so we talked about self-esteem. The last thing here is spirituality. Everybody has a faith or no faith. It's either way or the other. Encourage them to believe in something. All right? Next slide. Let them get a job. Loneliness, idleness can cause people to think and become depressed. So this is the model that has been proposed for transitioning of our adolescents into pediatric care. It spells Sickle. S for skill acquisition. We've been talking about education, education, education all morning. Let us encourage them to develop skills, coping skills, care skills. The I is for increasing self-efficacy. Whatever they do, let them do it well. All right? C for coordination of transition. This must be done by those of us who are care providers and the caregivers who are there at the home front. We need to work together in the clinic setting to provide this care. And that is when it will work. We also need to transfer knowledge, one way or the other. And we must enable them to know where all the various services in the hospital are. Because, like this patient now, we asked her to go to X-ray to do this and that. Where is X-ray? I don't know where to go. This is it. We need to help them to link the services within the hospital. And then we should wait for them to be ready. Let's not force them to quickly transition. Every child has its time. So let us evaluate their readiness to transition into adult care. Next slide. Almost done. Don't worry, I'm almost done now. So these are what we've been talking about. Drinking like a fish to prevent dehydration and all the lot. You can do exercise within moderation. If you're pregnant, get care. Avoid emotional and physical stress is important. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, when should they attend clinic? Self-referral is part of what? Self-care. Know when you cannot go beyond your own self. So when pain persists, after using regular painkillers, they must go to the hospital. When fever persists, despite the use of antimalarials, they must go to hospital. When weakness is progressive and is associated with palpitations, awareness of heartbeat, fast pulse rate, they must go to the hospital. When the jaundice is deepening, and everyone can say, your eyes are yellow. What's wrong with you? Immediately you hear that somebody is saying your eyes, go to the hospital. And when you have blood in urine or from the nose, without trauma, these are signs that you need to what? Refer yourself to the hospital. And then you don't have to have symptoms to be able to go to the hospital. It is routine that every adolescent should check his PCV at least once a month. Once a month. You don't have to see the doctor. You just go to the lab, get your PCV or full blood count done, keep it, send it to the doctor. This is my result for this month. The doctor will assess it and will tell you whether you're okay or you're not okay, or you should come to the hospital. So it's important because sudden death occurs when there's a sudden drop in PCV, and there's not enough time for doctors to help. So we need to do labs at the right time. It's important. Next slide, please. I'm finishing off now. All right. Next. These slides are available for everybody. I want to say this. Our children living with sickle cell disease, or anybody living with sickle cell disease, they have their own perspective of the disease. All right? And we've been hearing them, but are we listening? Are we listening to them? Until you listen to them, you will not be able to help them. You think they're malingering, that they're up to their tricks again. It may not be so. Listen to a 45-year-old lady that says, how do I want to be treated? I'm a person first before sickle cell was diagnosed. Treat me like a human being, not a sickler. Show me respect, as I need to fight more than you'll ever do. That's why they call themselves warriors. But I don't see why you should be warring. You should start living from the positive preventive point. So you're not warring, rather than you're benefiting from quality life. Okay, treat me with empathy, not pity. Treat me, trust my judgment when I say no to your demands. You know, we medics, we say you must do this, you must do this, you must do this. Whether it is convenient for them or not is another. You have to do it. It may not be so. And your negativity may trigger crisis. So keep off. Let's be off there. I'm a human with sickle cell, but I am an achiever with God's help. So that is the religious, spiritual aspect of that person. Knowledge, acknowledge the excellence in me. So that's the positive thinking. Acknowledge excellence in me. Respect yourself around me. Hashtag no to gossip. Hashtag no to stigmatization. Olagunju 2022. Let's clap for her. So finally, why sickle cell clubs and support groups? Sickle cell clubs and support groups are a group of people with like minds, people who have the same interests, come together to try and solve the problems and the challenges of the group together. Support group formation meetings. We should encourage disclosure, because you see, one thing I learned in New York City when I was on the HIV program is that when we would go out in the mobile clinic to downtown Manhattan to see the patients on the streets, to take them in, treat them, ask them questions, give them drugs, do all that. One thing I learned was that the solution to stigmatization is disclosure. When you hide your identity, anybody can say anything and it will hurt you because you're hiding. But the moment you say, here I am, I'm a Trey, who else can talk anything other than that? No problem. It's out in the open. So that is the way to go. Let us encourage people living with sickle cell disease to what? Disclose their status. So that people around them will be able to help them, rather than gossiping about them. They won't be able to gossip anymore. It's public knowledge. No wahala. Thank you very much. So it will help them to cope better, knowing that they don't have to hide. In the process of hiding, they will be short of blood, and they will die suddenly because, there's no blood to give them oxygen. We need to help the adolescents transit with less emotional stress. Promote a socially healthy environment for sharing and caring. Respect everyone. Everybody must respect everyone, young and old, male, female. We need to promote advocacy skills. That's what support groups are there for. Final recommendation. Yes, next slide. Thank you. All right. Education, research. All right? We work together to make progress. Without research, there's no progress. So we need to join hands together to research and try to, bridge the gap between what we know and what we don't know. Next. This is a summary of everything. Summary of all. Control, prevention, strategies. Newborn screening is at the middle of it all. Okay? Your newer drugs, they're too expensive, undergoing clinical trials. Management of pain and other complications. And then stem cell transplantation. Now, stem cell transplantation has some challenges because we prefer to use sibling match donors. And they're far and few apart. They're far and few apart. In a family with 4 siblings, the rate of getting a sibling match donor, HLA-compatible donor, is 1 in 4. Is that low? Which means you need to go outside the family, and that reduces the outcome of the transplant. All right? So these are challenges. And the only center in Nigeria right now that offers bone marrow transplantation is our own brother, Professor Bazwaye in Benin. He started his transplantation in 2011, and he has transplanted over 30, 40 patients with sickle cell disease, and they're doing well. Those who failed their graft ended up having higher hemoglobin Fs, and they were stable. So there's something else we need to learn from that. Okay, so chronic blood transfusion program for stroke patients, is it really feasible? The answer is no. Is the blood available? Compatibility issues, alloimmunization, iron overload, all right, and all that. So, bottom line is, self-care is key in preventing complications and improving quality of life. That's the summary of all I've said in the past 1 hour or so. Which way, Nigeria? You can say I'm rounding up now. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Now, prevention is always better and cheaper than cure. The federal government of Nigeria and state governments should incorporate newborn screening programs and treatment support for the care of our people living with sickle cell disease under NHIS. It is not expensive. It is not. It is cheaper than managing people with diabetes and hypertension. Folic acid is cheap. Bico is cheap. Even hydroxyurea has been made relatively cheap now and affordable. Yes. So why are insurance brokers running away from registering our children and our younger adults on NHIS? There is no justification for it. Every child, every human being has a right to have NHIS in this country. And I think it's something we have to work on and advocate for going forward. We need more transition clinics to help our pediatric to transition to adult care successfully. Stigmatization is a major hurdle, and there is a need for the establishment of more support groups and clubs for sickle cell disease and educate the community. Self-care should be promoted with the support of care providers, clubs, and support groups. Sickle cell disorders should be taught in the school curriculum. I think that is where we're going. The more you know, the more empowered you are to make the right choices. And my last comment is that knowing your hemoglobin type is not a license to say, I'm not going to marry. People will say, what is it? Is it love or genotype? Remember, it's not genotype anymore, it's phenotype. Eh? Okay, well, we're getting there. So, is it love or phenotype? It's not a question to be entertained. Because it's not marriage counseling. Hemoglobinopathy counseling is not marriage counseling. All right? Hemoglobinopathy counseling is to provide correct information for at-risk couples to make up their minds what they want to do. And it is our business as care providers to support them. That is what hemoglobinopathy counseling is all about. If you look at the guidelines, the American guidelines, the UK guidelines, that is what they say. You cannot stop somebody from marrying themselves. If love overpowers phenotype, so be it. All right? So, let us stop saying stop marriages. No. Because at various courses that I've gone to, I will do the test. I will pair people up, give them the dice. Yeah, throw your own, throw my own. You are allowed to have 5 children per family. And I will collate the results of all the families. And it's a chance game, remember. And I've observed that you will now perpetuate AS in the community. So they will have 60% of their children being AS. Maybe one affected, maybe none affected. So it was a variable distribution. So I will put it to them. Now, if everybody is AS, who gets to marry who? Would that be the end of the world? I don't think so. So that is food for thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your listening, attention. Thank you very much. I hope you have learned 1 or 2 things. I had to rush. This is a topic that I do in 5 days. I've had to do it in 1 hour. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for giving Professor Akinola a standing ovation without being asked to do so. Appreciate yourself, appreciate yourself. Thank you, thank you. Please be seated. Wow. That is an insightful lecture. Professor Nora Akinola, you rounded off on a very, very sensitive subject about phenotype, not genotype, and the fact that the AS and AS should not be denied love. Should not be denied love. Wow. You are talking to me, oh. You are talking to me. I will explain what I mean. You see, every relationship in my life has been characterized by the first question, what is your genotype, as it then was. So I met a young lady, I told this story sometime in January. I met a young lady, and I loved her, she loved me. She loved me more, but I loved her most. And we got talking, and it was very serious. And somewhere along the line, I asked her that question, what is your phenotype? Then genotype. What is your phenotype? And she said, I'm AA. I said, I've always known that I'm AS, and I'm sure about it. Are you sure you are AA? She said, she's sure. So I spoke to her, I said, you need to be sure again. So go do some tests. And she said, okay. So she took a friend along as an encourager in the unlikely event that anything happened. She went to the lab. She told them, this test I'm about to do is life-changing. And so they did the test for her, and the result came out. The result came out. The result came out. It was a result. That result. Do you want to know the result? And so it was confirmed that she's AA. Now you can clap, you can clap. Because I created a, because many of us were saying, so it was AS, no, she was AA. And then she asked me and said to me, what if the result was AS? I said I would have kissed you goodbye. But with Professor Nora Akinola's communication today, she has redirected that mindset. Go and do exploits. I hold on to that. Now, I'm going to be recognizing certain persons before I call on a certain gentleman to give us a goodwill remark. And I will be business with regards to this communication. He came in quietly. The gentleman I'm about to recognize, some of the persons. He came in quietly, and he did not want to be recognized. But there was no way he could escape. Please help me appreciate Captain Olushino Akinshete, the husband of Dr. Annette Akinshete. I greet you, sir. I greet you, sir. A very distinguished gentleman. I greet you, sir. Very, I like the way he moves. I'd like to recognize a consultant pediatrician in Lut, Professor E.O. Temiye. Where are you, sir? I saw you. Okay, just stepped up briefly. Okay. There is a gentleman that has been following all the activities of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria. He is the Lagos State Chapter President of a blood donation awareness organization called Club 25 Nigeria. He has an unusual first name, Hero or Jediran Aduragbemi. You are welcome. Okay, now we're going to be inviting the chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Tajuddin Mobalaji Salau, to give us his goodwill remarks. You're welcome, sir. Please appreciate him as he comes.
Thank you very much. Since I'm not allowed to stand on the protocol, I'll just stand by it. I welcome everyone and recognize all the members of the high table, my prof from way back, Professor Akinyoju, and every other member. I am indeed glad that the angle in which this particular lecture is coming from is the preventive one. And of course, it's actually very educative, even for those of us that are in the healthcare practice. So this, he has given us an insight, he has given us things to share, and of course, it now becomes our responsibility to go back and then share this information. May I then congratulate members of the Sickle Cell Foundation on this wonderful lecture, and thank you very much.
I go and tell her that the MC would like to recognize her. Thank you very much, sir. We are very, very grateful. We appreciate your profound communication. Okay, moving on. We will be taking a very important communication at this juncture. It's called the emphasis talk. The emphasis talk. Please be reminded that we have a question and answer session. At the time when that session comes up, we will encourage you to please direct your questions to our able chairman. Our keynote speaker will be, I think, making a transatlantic flight shortly, and so she might be leaving us in a couple of minutes. We don't want her to miss that.
So this is what I want to remind you, so that she can take her questions now. The chairman should address just 4 questions.
4 questions. So we'll take a question now. Okay. All right. I have been properly redirected. That we're going to take the questions for Professor Nora Akinola right now. The chairman will also be able to support. So if you have a question or questions, we cannot take more than 4 questions so that she is able to do justice to it, ably assisted by our wonderful chairman. So if you have a question regarding, there are persons online. 2 persons have indicated that they would like to ask a question. Okay, let's take 2 persons physically within so that our online audience are very sure that they are part of us. There is a gentleman over there raising his hand. Do we have any other person? We need to balance. I see, I'm sorry, my brother. Before you speak, sir, just hold on. I see a brother there. I'll take the lady wearing glasses. All right? So, please, over to you. Sir, as you're about to ask your question, we would like you to just ask the question such that you do not go into section 1, subsection 2, 3, 4, and 5. We appreciate you greatly for that. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Muhammad. So I want to ask 2 questions. What are the ideal routine drugs combination for a warrior? And then I need more clarification on the advantage ability of AS to malaria over other phenotype. Thank you.
Okay. There is the lady in glasses over here. We're taking 2 questions from within, and we're going to take 2 persons that are online. They're typing their question. Okay, you show it. Fantastic team. Well done. So that enables us to, please let them type so you can show the question. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please,
Good afternoon.
my name is Tolulope Oshuneye. Please, as a mother, how do we handle priapism? A male child.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. We have persons online that are typing their questions at the moment, so that should afford us the opportunity to have another question. Please, over to her, and then we'll take the gentleman at the back. I see you, sir. I see you. Yes.
Good day, everyone. Please, I want to know, is it possible for an AS phenotype person to have all or almost all the attributes of a sickle cell person?
Okay. Thank you. There's a gentleman at the back there. Let's take that gentleman. We're waiting for those who are typing their questions. Please go ahead.
My name is Jerry. So most of the time, I'm a non-BHBSS. Most of the time when I get admitted, there's usually a complaint about infection. So I want to know if there's a possible way to avoid infection. That's just the question.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. All right. Are we ready? Let's take the questions from the online team that are broadcasted. From AK Ugo, please throw more light on the use of PGS, PGD during IVF for couples who are at the risk of having sickle cell disease in their kids. Please throw more light on the use of PGS/PGD during IVF for couples who are at the risk of having sickle cell disease in their kids. All right, that's one question. Can we take the second one from the online persons so that we can have our able chairman and professor answer all the questions at once? I'm sure they're very much ready. Are we good to go? Okay? We're ready. Okay? What's the question? Do we have another question so we can take? Prof is coming to handle those questions very quickly. All right, let's appreciate Prof. No, they were not.
So I'm going to have to recap. The first question from the gentleman over there was asking about how AS prevents malaria, right? Yes, I went to town about that in my talk. And to say that once malaria enters the red cells, it uses oxygen to multiply. Okay, that's what malaria does. It multiplies in the hemoglobin red cell and uses up all the oxygen and then bursts the red cell and then spills out all the malaria sporozoites or trovozoites into the blood. All right? And then multiplies, destroying the red cells in somebody who has hemoglobin A. But somebody with AS, it doesn't get to that level. The moment there is low oxygen, the S will sickle. The hemoglobin S in the red cell will sickle. And once the red cell goes through the spleen will see it as abnormal. They will phagocytize it, that is, they will swallow it up, all right, and destroy it with the malaria parasite inside. So the red cell and the malaria parasite together will be destroyed by the spleen. So the spleen is very functional and protective in AS individuals. But because the AS red cells do not get do not allow the malaria parasite to multiply. That is how it protects. Okay? The second question was what? Okay, the routine drugs. Routine drugs, we've talked about them, folic acid, vitamin B complexes, vitamin C, all right, an antioxidant, and anti-malaria. Usually daily, not Sunday medicine. Nobody does Sunday medicine again. All right, because you see, the Sunday medicine also go to inhibit the activity of folic acid. It's an anti-folate. So it doesn't allow folate to be available sufficiently for it to do this work of renewing the red cells. Okay? The mother of a child with priapism. How old is your child? 9 years old. Okay. So the priapism is divided into stages. The early stages are what we call stuttering priapism. That comes for a few minutes, not more than an hour or so, and it goes down by itself. Usually at that time, you can use cold compress, cold water bath or something, and use paracetamol. Usually that helps, okay, at that early stage. Now, the next stage is when you find that it's going beyond 3 hours, going on to 6 hours. Don't allow that to happen. That is what we call established priapism. So once that happens, you need to get to the hospital ASAP, where medical intervention and surgical intervention can be done for you. You cannot keep such a child at home. All right? If it's stuttering, it comes and goes, you can still handle it. All right? The man at the back there, what was your question, please?
Infection.
Yes, infection. That's the big one. Now, we've talked about malaria infection. If you use your anti-malaria every day, Paludrin, in fact, there's a study ongoing now that the Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria is embarking on to see how effective Paludrin is in preventing malaria. Okay? So, but from the little studies we've done in the past, it has been rather, ambiguous because of adherence. It's an adherence issue. If people use the Paludrin every day without skipping a dose, it's likely to work to prevent malaria. So malaria can be taken care of, okay? But it's the other infections, either from the sinusitis, common cold, urinary tract infection, STIs, and things like that, okay? Those you will have to learn to self-care to prevent. Yeah, I think you understand what I'm saying. Yes. So you have to, do the hygiene that is necessary. Wash your hands every time you go and come. Make sure your hands are clean. All right? And you do the necessary grooming. All right? And you monitor yourself, your lifestyle. We've talked about it. All right? Risk behavior. You need to take note of that. And once you do that too, it reduces the risk of having infections. Is that okay? Any other question? Yes?
Well, I wanted.
Okay, yes. That's a very interesting one. I showed you a table of the various sickle cell disease syndromes, all right? And I particularly pointed out to hemoglobin S beta 0, S beta plus. And I showed you that the S beta plus has A. It's producing some A. So in some labs, it may be misinterpreted as AS, whereas it's actually hemoglobin S beta plus thalassemia, which will behave like a sickle cell individual, but it will be milder. Does that explain your... But I think such a person should go to the lab and get properly profiled so that we can confirm the situation there. All right? Yes. Any online questions?
There was a question online.
Yes.
Can we get that back? All right, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Okay. For IEF couples, we're talking about pre-implantation genetics and pre-implantation genetic analysis, right? Basically. Yes, I think this is what should be done for IEF. Otherwise, you make a mockery of IEF. The essence is you need to implant a viable zygote, that is embryo, into the mother, knowing that you have selected the embryo without the sickle gene. Am I communicating? So it is an essential thing to do. It is absolutely essential. Otherwise, it's money down the drain. If you do IEF and end up having a sickle cell baby, then it's not a laughing matter. All right?
All right.
Thank you very
There is
much.
one more question.
Okay.
Great talk. Can you address approach to mental health in our SCD population and priapism in men?
Okay, is that two different questions
It looks
or
like
are they
two.
related?
Yes.
They're two different questions. Okay. Mental health is an issue. In fact, mental health is for everybody, especially with the advent of COVID-19. I have noticed that a lot of people are forgetting minor things. They trip up easily and they have imbalance and things like that, which have been abrogated to what? COVID-19 sequels. So that's a part. Let's even remove COVID-19. And let's go back to the pre-COVID era. Everybody needs mental assessment. We are all at risk for mental illnesses. Because so many things go into what? Causing somebody to be depressed. Isolation alone does not cause you to be depressed. Some people just love their own company and they do well, they thrive when they're on their own. Whereas some people cannot stay alone. They just can't stay alone. They have to be amongst others. All right? So, again, your relationship with other people. Some relationships are domineering relationships. But where sickle cell mental health is different is because they have these vulnerable factors, which we mentioned, under self-care. That is, they develop complications of the disease that may mitigate against the rational thinking minds. And they will need help. So it's important that those of us who are care providers send our patients with their consent for referrals, for assessments, regular assessments, knowing they're taking these narcotics that also affect the mind. Okay? And we're talking about addiction. It's when you use narcotics when there is no pain. That is when the body is able now to experience what we call the supratentorial effects of these narcotics. And they begin to crave for them. All right? So we should try and avoid the abuse of narcotics. Okay? So mental health assessment is a must for everybody, but more so for our patients with sickle cell disease. Now, priapism in the adult male, it doesn't happen in the female. All right? So this can be of great concern. All right? We've had various cases like that, whereby there was one particular patient of ours who, whenever he got, had priapism, he thought it was an invitation for him to go around and do whatever he likes with the opposite sex. And he will go around and be doing it and doing it and and the thing won't go down. I said, have you learned your lesson? He will now come with infection and all that. Eventually, we had to transfuse him and put him on hydroxyurea. He's now living a better life as an adult. He's now, I think he's almost 50 years of age, and he's doing well. Am I communicating? So it's not something that you think it's not a regular erection, because this is erection with pain. It's painful. All right? So it's not regular erection at all. And unless you do something about it, you will not regain repubescence. And if it goes on for too long, they will have surgical intervention, and that will cause impotence, inability to actually have an erection in future. So that is not a good thing, all right? So I think I'll rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nora Akinola. Our distinguished Professor Lu Akinyoju has some contributions to make. Prof, sir.
Yes, I could. I know that if I go somewhere with my wife, it may be a different room or some, and I start feeling, I say, oh, there are mosquitoes here and so. My wife says, which mosquitoes? And I get malaria and she doesn't get malaria. And I have to take Proguanil, that's your Paladrin and Proguanil, every day. I've taken today's in the morning. If I don't, I tend to get malaria. So just wondering, is it because I'm AA? It appears that people who have hemoglobin A only tend to be beaten by malaria. And those with AS tend not to be. I don't know whether there are other, because my wife has hemoglobin AS. And when there are mosquitoes, they don't come near her. So I don't know. Has this been noticed by other people? Because
that is very interesting, because what I don't get bitten by is mosquito, truly, as an AS. But I get bitten by sandflies. Sandflies like me, they will always come, they will come and be biting me. So I can't stay outside for long, all right? But I think we need a multi-center study on that, Prof. To actually get to the bottom of that. Whether indeed mosquitoes smell our blood a mile off and don't come near us, we don't know. Let's put it to test. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please, sir.
I just want to say a few things. I understand our guest speaker will be leaving us very soon. So I just want to appreciate her again for the excellent lecture that she has given us today. She has covered a wide range of topics, some of them quite complicated, but she had presented them eloquently and in a simple way that everybody can understand. That is the hallmark of a true scholar. So I thank you very much, Professor Akinola, and I wish you safe journey as you embark on your adventure. Thank you very much for coming and for the excellent job you have done here today. Thank you very much. Please, let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our able chairman of the occasion. We're going to be taking a communication from our online personnel. But before then, I'd like to recognize the presence of a partner, a friend, someone who is committed to the ideals and the values of the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, Mrs. Gladys Talabi. Please, let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much, Ma. We appreciate your presence and your support. I will be calling on Dr. Alayo Shopekan, Non-Communicable Disease Desk Officer, Federal Ministry of Health. Dr. Alayo Shopekan, you are online. We would like to appeal that you please open your video, and as the technical team will direct, you will open your microphone so that we can see you and we can hear you, so we can take your Goodwill communication. Dr. Alayo Shobekan, is he all right? Please, can you unmute your mic? We hope you'll have a good network where you are.
Yeah, I hope so too. Good afternoon, everyone. I think, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Akinshete and especially Professor Akinyoju for putting this together. I would also like to appreciate the key speaker, Professor Nora Akinola. Yes, thank you for the lecture. And I think, of course, a lot of things have also been brought up, especially at the question and answer session. And she has been able to do justice to a lot of them. Of course, like the other one that Prof asked last, maybe we need to have a study. But I think that's a very good observation. It's something that we all know. So maybe while we do this, we'll be able to answer that question. So having said that, my name is Dr. Alayo Shobekan. I'm a Deputy Director in the Department of Public Health, Federal Ministry of Health. I'm the National Desk Officer for Sickle Cell and the Federal Ministry of Health. I'm a public health physician. So I would like to apologize on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State of Health, who is supposed to be part of this program. But of course, like you know, a lot of other things came up, and he has to be in another national assignment as directed by the Honorable Minister. So he is unavoidably absent. So I have been asked to represent him. And that's to say I'm wearing two caps as a desk officer for Sickle Cell and at the same time representing the Honorable Minister of State for Health. Thank you so much. So I think I should go ahead and maybe read his address, because he has asked me to read his address. I would like to project his address, and so that you know what the government is doing about sickle cell, how far we've gone in partnership with not only with Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria, but with other stakeholders in the field of sickle cell in Nigeria. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh, can I share this? I'm not sure.
Okay.
And if my
Let's finish speaking.
If my screen is
I'm not sure.
you can see my screen. Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
No. We can see you, but not on screen.
Oh. Okay. Anyway, let me just go ahead and
you can read it.
Okay, let me just read it. So, as you are all aware, of course, we will not bore you with all those figures, the number of people that are living with sickle cell disease in Nigeria, in the world, and the number of children that are dying from the disease before the age of 5. I'm sure Professor Nora Akinola must have done justice to that, but I will quickly run us through so that we don't waste time through what government has done so far, what we also plan to do and what we are doing. The first thing was that in 2011, under the chairmanship of Professor Akinyoju himself, we came up with a national guideline to address the management challenges of sickle cell disease in Nigeria. This we did in 2011, and permit me to quickly also, to the delight of Professor Akinyoju himself, that this guideline, of course, is due for review, and We plan to review the guidelines very soon. The plan to review it is on the top gear, so we are reviewing the guidelines after so many years, so that it will all bring on board new developments in the diagnosis or identification of disease, the use of hydroxyurea, because you agree with me, there is a huge underutilization of hydroxyurea in Nigeria, despite the fact that we have a local manufacturing company or farmer that produces hydroxyurea in Nigeria, and to the extent that even it is now available and it is very cheap, it's accessible, it's affordable. So we are looking at how to see that we leverage on that to see that yes, we are able to improve the use of hydroxyurea in Nigeria. Also, we have also taken measures to ensure that our essential medicine list includes not just the routine drugs for the management of sickle cell disease in our country. We have made sure that hydroxyurea came on board and some other new drugs that are coming on board. So we've tried to put them in this time. We have also gone ahead to expand our immunization schedule to include vaccinations against streptococcal infection and H influenza, so that, because we know these are the usual things that actually kill these children before the age of 5, not just malaria. So we have also done that to make sure that we expanded that. Then also, we set up 6 zonal STD centers across the country, and that was when the government adopted universal newborn screening for every child that is born in Nigeria, and we actually set up those centers to act as a hub for other facilities, primary, secondary, and even tertiary facilities in each zone. The one in Lagos is located within the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Meta. And I'm glad to report to you that yes, they are screening.
Dr. Alaya. It appears that Dr. Shokwekon's
the parents, the pain of managing this before the age of 5. So also, again, we are also looking at building the capacity of healthcare workers at the primary healthcare level, such that they can, these children can easily be identified for us. And that was why we also take a step to validate, in partnership with NIMA, to validate point of care screening method for new so that we don't have to wait for the results to come out. So we screen you today and then you come back and all those. No, you see your results so that you know that yes, this is who you are, this is what you are. And then if we are in doubt, then we take measures to make sure that we validate that such result so that we can tell you this is your status, this is who you are. So we are doing that. And also, we are also partnering with other organizations. And I'm also glad to report to you that there's a consortium, we call it
It appears that Dr. Shopekon is having some network dynamism at his end. All right. We want to thank Dr. Shopekon for his contribution, and please let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. We need to move on right now. All right. I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Folashade Akinola, Dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Akinshola, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to be reading the citation of someone who will be taking what we refer to as emphasis talk. She's a world-renowned specialist nurse, counselor, and training. She's based in London, United Kingdom, and she will be joining us live via Zoom. At every given opportunity, we emphasize the importance of genetic counseling in sickle cell control. And giving us this emphasis talk today is Mrs. Comfort Okolo. Comfort Okolo is a world-renowned specialist nurse counselor who has under her belt numerous qualifications: SRN, SCM, Health Visitor Certificate, Diploma in Counseling and Specialist Counseling in hemoglobinopathies. She has over 40 years experience, working in the United Kingdom. She trained as a nurse in Ibadan, Nigeria, and moved to Newham, UK in 1973, and to Plaistow Maternity Hospital for her midwifery training, and then worked at both Plaistow and Forest Gate hospitals. She went on to train as a counselor, and in June 1987 started her work for the first NHS Sickle Cell and Thalassemia Center in Newham, where she served for 22 years, specializing in antenatal care. She is still remembered by people in the community today for all the work she did supporting them. As well as being a specialist antenatal nurse counselor, she's also worked in outreaches with the Sickle Cell Society and support groups. Support groups are very important because that is where people who have or are living with sickle cell disorder can be found in significant numbers, and where they are able to share experiences and help themselves. She offers strong support to her clients and would often go along with them to screenings where results showed the baby is affected. She would always knock on their doors and deliver the news in person. Mrs. Okolo has cared for generations of clients and has developed strong relationships with them over time, over the years. She has also developed lifelong friendships. She's continually stopped on the streets by the children she once supported, who are now grown up with children of their own. Since retiring 12 years ago, Comfort Okolo has continued to give talks and support to groups both locally in the United Kingdom and also in Nigeria and beyond. She visits Nigeria annually to facilitate the genetic counseling training course on sickle cell disorder. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the World Sickle Cell Annual Public Lecture, Mrs. Comfort Okolo.
I can't even recognize myself. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I think I've been hugely privileged. That's the only word I can use to do the work that I was able to do. And I thank God for His message. Prof, our very own Prof, Annette, everybody in the Sickle Cell Foundation, everybody who is there on the audience, both people living with sickle cell and families, just keep up the good work. And knowledge is great. And any information you get will be helpful to you and to others. Share it. Okay. Slides, please. I think I'll start without the slides coming, to save time. And when the slides come on, we can continue. Is that okay? I'm not sure what is happening. Okay. Thank you. I think the first phrase that actually came to mind is this: forewarned is forearmed. Because when you have the information, then you can begin to think, what do I do? So genetic counseling is that first step on the rung of a ladder leading into the world of sickle cell disorders, enabling individuals and families affected to manage their lives effectively. I think genetic counseling is vital in the control of sickle cell disorders. It provides accurate and current information, raises awareness, and highlights the significance, relevance, and implications of normal hemoglobin and the numerous hemoglobin variants or hemoglobin traits. Next slide. Sickle cell disorders is inheritance of sickle hemoglobin from one parent and sickle hemoglobin or any other variant, hemoglobin variant from the other parent. It is important to stress that inheritance is by chance, not choice. Sickle cell disorders are characterized by recurrent painful crises and chronic anemia, and obviously whatever complications that comes with them. The service is covered in genetic counseling, screening. It's either arranging for blood tests to find out what your hemoglobin electrophoresis is, or referrals. Providing information, number one, getting and giving results from the HbA electrophoresis, explaining the significance and implications of sickle hemoglobin and other hemoglobin variants. For the general results, it might just be family studies are encouraged because this might actually influence partner choices. And please, I said influence, not determine, because there's a big difference. For antenatal screening, identifying couples of risk of having babies with a sickle cell disorder, giving information, and discussing the options available to them. And one of those options is prenatal diagnosis. But the important thing is, if there's an affected fetus, what next? That is a big question. And hopefully that's left to the couples, the families decide what they do next with the information that they have. For neonatal screening, giving the results to parents. Here, all babies are screened irrespective of their ethnicity. And now and again, we actually do come out children who actually have a sickle cell disorder that the parents were not actually aware they were at risk. Either maybe because there's an absent dad, absent in inverted commas, and they were not aware that they were at risk. For an affected infant, we again arrange confirmatory electrophoresis results and then follow on by referral to hematology, the pediatric hematology. And raising awareness, generally, working closely with other professionals, healthcare service givers, education, social services, housing. Next. Services covered continued, care and management. And you have heard from the last lecture, the general care and management, but again, it's emphasizing it and giving on a one-to-one basis because you now know the family and you can go into them and they can come to you. So the general care, as we know, drink lots, eat well, know what you should or shouldn't do. And then when you're affected, when you're unwell, what to do. And then referrals to the hematology for the continuing care. And again, here, maybe there are other things advocacy and liaison, working closely with other professionals and relevant service providers. And this could be far-ranging. Here, housing is quite important. And we're sort of lucky enough to be able to work closely with them and effectively. Raising awareness of particular needs for those affected with sickle cell disorders to ensure that vital and essential services are made available to them. And that they are actually aware of services that could be made available to them, because that's important as well. For them to seek those services, they've got to know that they are available. Genetic counseling should be non-directive, and that's so important. That you're actually giving people information so they make up their minds what they do with that information. To be non-judgmental, respect decisions taken by couples or family. To be supportive, be available to offer advice when relevant. Appointments for counseling should be at an accessible and a safe environment. It is important that confidentiality is maintained. Sharing information with other service providers should be on a needs-to-know basis with the consent of the clients involved. Again, I sort of finish with that forewarned is forearmed. Genetic counseling is an essential service that should be available and accessible to the community at large. I know they're doing very well, especially at Sickle Cell Foundation and other areas, sort of in Nigeria, but we still have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes around to the basic things like folic acid and vitamins. I think should be available freely to people who have sickle cell disorders. But it's all down to, is it pensionism? Pardon? Yeah. So I hope that from little I've said, to see where genetic counseling comes in, because as I started in saying, that's actually that first vital step in giving, sharing, and empowering the community at large, not just people who are affected and their families, but other people as well. I think I'm done.
Comfort Okolo, thank you very much for that very emphasis talk. Okay, we're going to recognize certain persons, and then we're going to go into another very critical part of it. We're going to take a testimony, or yes, a testimony. But before we do that, I want to recognize all the champions in the house. All the champions in the house, wherever you are. I don't want you to stand. I just want you to just celebrate yourself. All the champions in the house. Please, can we do that together for them? Let's do that quickly. All right. There is someone that I'd like to recognize right now, and then we'll go into the next, one of our champions' testimony. I met her many years ago. I did not for the life of me know that she's a champion. My father had suffered a stroke, and someone recommended her and said, this woman will do phenomenal things for your dad. And she did. She nursed him back to full recovery. No, you can appreciate, And I'm seeing her for the first time in a very long time. He made full recovery that my dad was doing the things he was not meant to do after the full recovery. Please don't ask me what that was. She's a chief matron with Lagos State Ministry of Health, Alausa Ikeja. She's a champion. She doesn't like being called a warrior as such. And I like that correction that we're dealing with warriors right now. She's a mother of two. She'll be 53 years old by January 2023. She's our face of our sickle cell bulletin in our previous edition. Please appreciate Mrs. Taiwo Olakpeju. Please appreciate her. God bless you greatly. God bless you greatly. All right, a brief introduction of our champion. This is a brief introduction of Pastor Mrs. Atinuke Adeleye. She has lived with sickle cell disease and is the vice chairman of the Sickle Cell Champions Club. A co-senior pastor of World Waves Christian Center in Ikorodu. Pastor Atinuke has a Bachelor of Arts degree from Babcock University. In addition, please celebrate her. In addition, she is a conference speaker, an administrator, a coach, and mentor to women all over the world. Pastor Atinuke is married to Apostle Jide Adeleye, and they are blessed with 3 children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Pastor Mrs. Atinuke Adeleye. Please celebrate her as she comes.
All right, finally it has come to the celebrants of the day. Can we appreciate the celebrants of the day? I want to appreciate the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Mobolaji Lawal. In fact, at once, he just remembered my name, straight up. I was surprised. I said, that's the difference between a doctor and somebody that didn't really go to plenty
just
school
stay on
like
cue.
me.
Things have changed.
I also want to appreciate, in absentia, the WHO representative. I think he's left. I want to warmly thank my auntie. Don't ask me how. That's Dr. Annette Akishete for this opportunity. Thank you, auntie.
Please send a message.
And I want
the
to
Pfizer
appreciate
representative. We need to identify
my
who
daddy.
the Pfizer
Don't ask me
representative
how, because it's
Pfizer Pharmaceutical.
That's
Send it now.
Professor Olufemi Akinyoju. Daddy, I appreciate you. You know I love you always. All right. My journey is still a journey, you know, with sickle cell disease. It's been interesting. I'm somebody that I take advantage of the good, the bad, and the ugly. It doesn't matter. When the bad happens, I take advantage of it. When the ugly happens, I take advantage of it. And I want people to, take that as part of life. When you don't accept some certain bad things or ugly things in your life, it makes depression to come upon you. It makes you to get depressed. It makes you not to live life the way you really want to live it. And I wrote down 4 stages quickly before I round up of a known sickler. I remember when I was discovered I was a sickler at age 10. After breaking my hand from the swing in the school, the Jangrova, that was when the discovery came. And after that, I started having crisis. And my father would say, she has fallen somewhere, and I will have to lie I fell so that I can be treated. So when the knowledge came, I had to understand what sickle cell anemia was. So I had to read. I was forced to read about it. So we need to have knowledge about what our situation is. When my father was diagnosed diabetic, he had to get a film of the discovery of insulin. Dr. Banting and one other doctor that discovered insulin, how they were able to discover it and all of that. So when you are, diagnosed, or you are given a kind of problem from a doctor, the doctor tells you you have this, you have to get full knowledge of what it is. When you are knowledgeable about it, then you have been able to solve 50% of the problem, as long as you know about it. So all of us that are in this situation, that are sickle cell disease patients, must be knowledgeable about what it is. Number 2 stage is acceptance. Accept it whether you like it or not. Just like we swallow chloroquine, as bitter as it is, when malaria comes and sets in. So you have to accept it. Not accepting it will bring more damage to you than good. You need to accept who you are and know your limitations. I remember when rain falls, Atinuke, don't go into the rain. When they are doing tente, in those days, my mom, after like 10 minutes, will say, come back. It's okay, your own is okay, let the rest continue. So I had to accept it that way. It wasn't funny, but I took it that way. When we go for birthday parties, and the songs in our time was Runner Man, all those dances, and I'm dancing, I will just hear pee, my mother is around. After 30 minutes, the party is over for you, let's go home. That kind of thing. I had to accept it. I know it's not easy. We see ourselves like second-class citizens, and we see ourselves like, why is life treating me this way? Why am I like this? Because I'm the only one out of 4 girls that have it. The rest of my sisters are AS. So, and I'm the first. So I was treated like the last born because of crisis up and down. I had to accept all these things. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but accepting it really helped me. And, the third stage, let me go to the third stage. Endurance. I had to endure pain. Now, when you talk about pain, those that have sickle cell can tell you what pain is. The doctors have come, professors have spoken, but we know where the shoe pinches. We know what all the grammar they are speaking, what it results to in the body. We are the ones that feel the pain. We endure the pain. In fact, my family members eventually realize that when I do this, it means I'm in pain. So they will ask, why are you rubbing your leg? And I'm not rubbing. And I'm actually in pain. But until it gets to a crescendo, that's when I cry out, I need to go to the hospital. So we endure pain. We take it because that is what we were made to believe that we will go through. And we were enduring meals. Eat beans, don't eat at night. Eat this one. Drink raw egg because of blood. Take a lot of blood tonic. Take folic acid every day, paludrin. All those things are so annoying. But we just had to endure it. And endurance also of stigmatization. I remember my grandmother would call me. In fact, she called me one day and said, Kilo fe, is it chicken or cow or goat? So that you stop troubling us. I wish somebody can ask me that question now. I will have asked for cow. I will have asked, I will stop troubling after giving me 20 cows. I sell 19 and eat 1. But those days, I was so young, I didn't know anything. I started crying. Because they felt I was some kind of juju or some kind of abuku or something. So she was begging me seriously, I have money. But she brought out a wrapper and brought out money to buy whatever I mentioned. Maybe to appease the small goddess. And I had to endure all that. Imagine coming from my own grandmother. I had to take it like that and swallow it that way. And on the assembly ground, SS2 class has offended the school. And they say, everybody on your knees and fly your hand. And I really want to serve the punishment with them. And I will go on my knees too and fly. And somebody will say, hele makuni. That kind of thing. And out of maybe about 100 classmates, and then they'll say, did they, Atinuke, stand up, we don't want wahala, and I'll feel embarrassed, And while I'm embarrassed, my friends are like, Oluwa, Sickle. Father, make me a Sickle. Let me be a Sickle. So that they won't be beating me. They won't be, life, this life, no balance. So what is making me, feel ashamed? I want to take the cane. I want to take the body, and somebody is envying me that they are giving me exception. That's how life is. That's why I said initially, whatever comes your way, the good, the bad, and the ugly, take it and work on it. See how to turn the ugly to good. Just keep working at it. Just keep working on it. So I kept enduring. And then this fourth stage I wrote is resilience. Then I became tough. Then we were told you can't marry AS. So just like one speaker said, I had a placard. When you say, hello babe, I love your legs. Good. What's your genotype? Before we start falling in love and then wahala starts. So when you say AS, I say go. Let me say this to those of us. When I get into the hospital for admission, crisis takes like 4 or 5 days, isn't it? And then after all the bombardment of injections, you are okay. I so much accepted it that once the crisis is over and it's just a recuperating period, I would have asked my sisters to bring my makeup purse and makeup and wear beautiful clothes. When the doctors are doing the ward round and they see me, they'll be wondering, is she the one? Do you have a new patient? So somehow, in the hospital, I was the trendy babe among all the patients. And the doctors wanted to marry me. Say, we'll marry this one. So that is how to just accept whatever comes your way. You have to accept it. Walk around it. Make yourself happy. Smile at your failure. Laugh at your failure. When you make mistake, laugh at yourself instead of killing yourself. That is life. When you are not supposed to climb the hill, you know that if I fall here, other people fall, they will get over it. If I fall, you say, Joe, me, I cannot. Do feel good to say it. It's not only sickle cell people that are dying. People that don't have anything are dying also. AA too are dying. So let's encourage our words with good words. Let's pump faith into them. Let's make them tougher than the problem. You need to be tougher than your problem. And that's the way I was moving. So when eventually I met my husband, Apostle Jide Adele, and he said, he didn't know anyway, and he said, I want to marry you. That was when I was 23 years old. And I didn't like him initially, so I told him you were very short. And I said, I don't want all my children to be short. So the man was embarrassed and said, I'm not short. If we pray, our children will be tall. I said, we don't pray about everything. So my mom now said, your case is pathetic. Bring all the suitors to me. So I now told her about this pastor. She now said, I'm particular about that pastor. So when we got to my mom and the guy was lamenting that, he's wicked, she doesn't want to marry me and all. My junior sister said, if everybody is even doing shakara, he will not. If everybody is, you even see husband, you are not even happy. I said, please hold it like that. Say, are you that you die today, wake up tomorrow. You better accept anything that comes your way. I said, I won't accept anything. But eventually, we got married and it spoke faith into me. I heard Professor Nora talking about spirituality, that you hold on to your God. He spoke faith into me and said, everything the doctor told you, that, okay, as a sickler, you'll be having crisis, you'll be having this, you are expected to see this, you're expected to see that. It's not written in the Bible. The Holy Book, that's the one I believe. Say it's not there in the Bible. Open the Bible and show me where there is SS. Open the Bible and show me where there is crisis. Open the Bible and show me where somebody will die young. Open the Bible and show me where it is written that you have all manner of transplants everywhere, kidney issues. Open the Bible, and I couldn't open the Bible. So that was what blew me apart. And on we started praying, and today, in fact, I can categorically say that I'm stronger than AA today. Because by faith, by resilience, being tougher than my problem. Whatever problem you are facing, be tougher than it. Be stronger than it. When you make mistake and they laugh at you, say, yes, life is full of mistakes and the road to success is failure. So it doesn't matter. But I will round up with this. I will advise that for genetic counseling, we just heard that we should be careful, how we marry. Like SS marrying SS. That's a disaster. How the whole family SS. There will be no joy. You will be in and out of hospitals. We had a roster for who follows me to the hospital in my house. It wasn't sweet at all. My sisters did not find it funny. And because of anxiety, I want to chip this in for those of us that are celebrating today. Anxiety brings crisis. Please don't be anxious for anything. I realized after a late time in life, because I used to wonder why I write my exams alone. In all through school, I write exams alone. In fact, that's why my father took me to Babcock University, because it's a private university where everything is readily available and we're not sweating it out. So that's the reason. So, you just have to, I was trying to say something I forgot. You just have to try to manage your space. As a sickler, don't overdo things. Manage within your range. Be careful how you are anxious. Exam is coming. I've not read. The next thing, on the day of the exam, you fall into crisis. There's a birthday party in town I must attend. What am I going to wear? What shoes am I going to? Once you do that, on that day of that event, you will fall into crisis. So anxiety is another trigger to crisis. So when I realized that, I began to calm down and just take one day at a time and not anxious for anything at all, because I realized I started spoiling family functions. When the family is supposed to enjoy Christmas, we end up in the hospital. New Year in the hospital. Why? Anxiety. It's Christmas time. It's New Year time. It's Salah time. I was born into a Muslim home. So we did some Salah, taking ram to fight. I did a lot of things that I wasn't supposed to do because I wanted to live a normal life. So please, let's not be anxious for nothing. Just like the Bible says. Don't be anxious. So please, I encourage us to move from being a warrior to a champion. So we have the Champions Club, which accommodates those that are from 35 years and above, that are in working class or in business. We have our secretary in the house. That's Mommy Modupe Popola. Is she still around? Where is she? That's the secretary of the Champions Club. Look at how trendy, how trimmy she is. Mommy, just turn around like this. She's 60-something. 54. 64. 64. Can we give a round of applause to this woman? So we are not Abiku, actually. In Christ, we have life. And we have it abundantly. Those of us that are Muslims, serve your God the way you know how to serve him. Only God determines who lives or who dies. It's determined by God, not genotype, not phenotype, not anything. All determination, everything around the world, all goes around on the table of God, our Savior. God bless you, love you, and see you next year.
Wow. You say wow, Avi? Wonderful. Pastor Mrs. Atinike, before you, I know you want to sit down. You are taking pictures. Doesn't she look like a ray of sunshine? You know, with the yellow, no, show her. Don't show me. Photographer, we want to see her. I mean, I saw her in yellow, and I'm like, who is this very colorful yellow person? She looks like a ray of sunshine, with the glasses to match the dress and the shoe. I saw high heels. I was not confused. Some people are trying to wear heels and they are not getting it right, but she got it. Please appreciate her once again. All right. So, thank you so much. We have Thank you very much, Pastor. Many of us were laughing when she was speaking. I know that some persons came to the meeting and assumed that this meeting would be very sober. You encountered the director of ceremonies that lightened your heart, and then Pastor Mr. Atinuke came and just broke all the table. You are not a table shaker, you are a table breaker. But I'm happy for it. It's good. We need more moments that brings laughter into our lives. You know, where especially in Nigeria, we're very serious people. You know, very, very serious people. All right, we're going to be taking communication from Pfizer. We have some Pfizer representatives in here, but we have a representative of Pfizer that will be speaking to us for very brief moments, like 5 minutes. Chidima Azubike, he's here. Ayodele Abisola is here from Pfizer. Can we recognize you? Where are you? Please appreciate them, appreciate them, appreciate them. Now we have online, and he, I believe, will be speaking, the country brand lead, vaccines and IM portfolio, pharmacist Ayorinde Akombi. We know you're ready, and we're ready to receive you right now. So we're going to receive from, very good. Pharmacist Ayorinde Akombi, you have the room. The room is yours.
Thank you very much. And I really must commend Dr. Mrs. Akinola and the whole Sickle Cell Foundation for this laudable event. And honestly, as the Master of Ceremony mentioned, I initially joined thinking it was going to be a very solemn event, but honestly, it's been full of learnings, it's been full of laughter, it's been full of excitement, and I want to commend everyone. Permit me to please abide with the existing protocols and quickly share my screen. I will not be speaking for too long. If my screen is visible, please let me know.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in the next few slides, pretty much what we as Pfizer would be advocating for today is for vaccination, for prevention of pneumococcal disease for people living with sickle cell anemia. In the next few slides, I'll just find that it's raised. The significant effect of the sickle cell disease, and this is even worsened by infection, where we clearly see that people living with sickle cell disease have a functional hypoasplenia or aspleninism, and clearly this leads to inability to mount sufficient memory B cell immunity when infections do come in, and therefore they also cannot mount a rapid, significant response against bacterial infections. These are the common infections that we do see, with strep pneumonia being responsible for about 50 to 70% of the infections. There are others, H. influenza, Neisseria, meningitis, and Salmonella are also seen. And people living with sickle cell disease are likely up to 600 times more likely to develop invasive pneumococcal disease, which can go on to be either pneumonia, meningitis, or even septicemia. Now, sickle cell disease patients, as we mentioned before now, they are prone to strep pneumonia infections, and they also in fact, all of us truly need to adopt a preventive approach, because by preventing sickle cell anemia, people living with sickle cell anemia from coming down with pneumococcal disease, it's easier and it's less stressful than either trying to cure the condition when it comes in. Now, I won't go into too much of the details talking about how the burden of sickle cell disease in Nigeria, how many people are born with it. I think the previous speakers have done justice to that. It's just to mention that pneumococcal disease is often spread through coughing and sneezing. So hygiene is very important, and also still coming again to that preventive approach where it's important that we address it. It's not only in these classes of people, the risk is also high in those who are over 65 years of age, that's the elderly, and people below 4 years. But there is that additional challenge because of that functional asplenia that people living with sickle cell disease have. So once again, a preventive approach is better. The key medical strategy, therefore, is to vaccinate people living with this condition with pneumococcal conjugate vaccines, and an earlier adoption of immunization is better and also advised. As mentioned, there are other populations who are at risk of coming down with pneumococcal pneumonia. I already mentioned those who are 65 and above. I already talked about infants and children. And a lot of the focus has been on infants and children, but really we need to also look at those who are adults or above the age of 18, 19, those who are also living with functional or even chronic heart or lung diseases, sickle cell disease, as I mentioned, or even those treating cancers, ideally should also be protected. And to round up, as Pfizer, our purpose statement is actually bringing breakthroughs that change patients' lives. And we've been doing this for over 150 years globally. And we've been also ensuring that we do the same here in Africa. We do our best to support equitable and affordable access to our medicines across Africa by bringing these innovative and holistic approaches through into the community beyond pricing. So it's not just about reducing the price of medications. We have lots of patient assistance programs and other initiatives that we put in place to assist and support the medical community. And through decades of experience working with Sub-Saharan Africa, we have developed a strong understanding of patient needs, and we know that the barriers to access is not, once again, due to price, but it occurs throughout the patient journey. So once again, I want to thank the whole sickle cell community gathered for your attention. I want to thank the leadership of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria. We as Pfizer, we stand by you. We see what you're doing, and we clearly appreciate and advocate for better healthcare for those living with sickle cell disease. Thank you very much.
A wonderful round of applause. The country brand lead, vaccines and IM portfolio pharmacist Ayarinde Akambi of Pfizer. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We'd like to take a quick comment, contribution from Professor Olu Akinyoju concerning some conversation thus far. Prof will be saying one or two things to us, and then we will move on. Prof, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for listening to my friend, my daughter. Yes. And I also have another friend here who is Modukwe Bukola. She's 64 years old, and she has sickle cell anemia as well. So this belief that you mustn't have people, everybody has some sort of disorder. I have hypertension, and you can't stop me from marrying somebody who also has hypertension. You learn how to control it, and so we're all living, we're all going to die. We want to die a long time. People who have diabetes. Fortunately, in my family, I don't have diabetes because my father didn't have diabetes, my mother didn't have. If not, I too may have had. And I could marry somebody who has diabetes. So there are many conditions. It's not just sickle cell and so. And now they found out about how to manage people with diabetes and how to manage people with hypertension. And that's why we're still alive, because every day I take my drug to keep my blood pressure normal. So same thing, I went to, there's this woman, Nigerian too. She was very, very ill. She was in the hospital somewhere in Ikoyi there, and they couldn't manage her, and they got that she had sickle cell anemia. So I brought her to be managed in, I took her to Luth, and we managed her. And when she got better, she then she got well, and she was surprised. Said, sorry, it was St. Nicholas Hospital I took her to. St. Nicholas Hospital. And in their, and when she got well, she was surprised, and her parents to everybody said, thank you, thank you. And then she came to me about maybe 3 weeks or then we had not moved here. We're still in Onikon. This sickle cell, we're planning how to build this center. And she came to me and said, she would like me to attend her wedding. I said, good. You're marrying soon? I said, yes. But she looked at me and said, but my husband is AS, you know. And she thought I'll jump up and say, you're SS and you're going to marry. So I said, I said, why did you have to tell me that? I said, because some people, they hear and they this, they that. And you know, the husband flew in from America. He was a Nigerian too, working in America. Flew in to Lagos and they got married. And I was there when they got married. And they went back to America. And they're living happily. Till a few years ago, when her father turned 80, we attended the same church in Marina there. And the father was celebrating 80. Then she came down, but all his children came. And then I saw she had 2 children. We were playing. And, well, the 2 children happened to be both of them AS. Just so happened they could both have been SS or so on. Then I was invited one time to Brazil because they had a sickle cell meeting in Brazil, and I was invited, and I went, and so on. And the man who was in charge of the program there, he was, I didn't even know he had sickle cell anemia, but he was the one who was managing everything. And later somebody, a Ghanaian friend who also was working with people with sickle cell, who was invited there also, came to me and said, do you know that that man is married to another person with, she has SS, married to SS. And I went to find out, and it's true. He's SS, his wife is SS. And I went, we saw the 2 of them. And, you know, so I just feel, because somebody had come to me in this building before who was trying to introduce something in the Nigerian government to say that there should be, nobody should marry, AS should not marry AS because they will not stand it. They'll so and so. And I said, it's not possible. Unfortunately, he did not do it because he himself, fortunately, happened to be a doctor and he understood in the end. So as we're going now, we're beginning to see that this question of with SS marrying SS, AS marrying SS, I mean, they knew people should do what they believe they want to do, but it's good to know, though, so that you know how to take care of yourselves or what to do. But for us to be preaching that, no, go and find out if you are this. Yes, as long as you know about it, well, so it should be left to you, and then you can go and find out what's the best thing to do. How do I treat my diabetes or hypertension or sickle cell and so on. So, well, thank you very much. Where's my friend?
Thank you very much.
Modupe, thank you. Good.
Thank you very much. She's coming over to say hello to you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We're going to be taking 2 questions. If anyone has questions, our able chairman will be moderating this short question and answer session. So if there's anyone that has a question, please signify. I think some persons will help us. The ushers should be somewhere around. I saw your hand first. I see you at second. Let's use this microphone. Please come. You can both come, please.
Yeah. Hello.
I'm here, sir. So,
yes. Okay. So we have a very brief question and answer session right now. Time is fast spent, so we'll only take a couple of questions. 2 questions that are very important. So the master of ceremony can ask them to come forward, and you can ask your question, because I can't see you on the other side. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. They'll show you on the screen.
So questions directed to the last two or three speakers and comments. Please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Identify yourself. Introduce yourself. And
it's working. The mic is working.
Good afternoon, everyone.
They'll show you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all existing protocols. I hope this doesn't fall. Anyways, my name is Amaldo Jote Mitapwe. I'm a sickle cell patient. And I have to say that, like they all say, we can live till adulthood and have children. I have a daughter that is 6-year-old. So my question is this. I've seen in cases where people say they have a genotype AA, and both partners, okay, one has genotype AA and another one has AS, and they end up having children that have sickle cell anemia. So I know that it seems and sounds impossible, and I've heard of chimerism, but I don't know if really this is valid or how this comes to be. So that's why I'm asking this question. How does it happen that people who have genotype AA and genotype AS have children that have sickle cell anemia? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Oluwatoyin Adewusi. Yeah. I want to ask about these drugs, ibuprofen, Ibumed. So I don't know. People are saying that it's dangerous to the health. I don't know. Maybe it's true. I just want to ask that question: that is it good for SS patients to continue using it, both the injection and the drug? Ibumed, ibuprofen.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sir. Team.
Itching to answer some of these questions. Please, you can go with the questions, Prof.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. The question on AA and AS getting married and having SS in quote is possible. And the reason why it's possible is that when you do your hemoglobin electrophoresis, you just identify the hemoglobin that is present there. And you inherit one hemoglobin from your father and the other one from your mother. Professor Akinla talked about beta thalassemia. So if the hemoglobin A person is A beta not thalassemia, or beta plus, but it's not producing too much of A, and if that empty so-called gene that has generated from the partner that is A, the child will be S beta thalassemia. And if it's S beta not, the child will have only S in the system and will present like sickle cell anemia. If it is beta plus, S beta plus, depending on the amount of hemoglobin A the person produces, it may be called, they may say it's AS, they may say it's SS plus, they'll be wondering what is happening. But the SS will not be as bad as somebody who is S beta non thalassemia. And I've seen a situation where a family was torn apart because the person who is so-called AA was a man, and the woman is AS, and the child turned out to be SS. And the first doctor they saw said that it's not possible, and everybody started accusing the woman of infidelity. Until we did the thing and found that hemoglobin A2 was high, and then we look at the father, hemoglobin A2 was high, and we told him that, look, then they even went for DNA, and the child was his. So it is possible to have AA, so-called, because it's not AA, it's hemoglobin A, nothing. And then the nothing was given to the child, and the child got S from the other partner, and then the child will have behave like SS. That's what has happened. The drug that Ibu meant, I think, is ibuprofen. Ibuprofen is good to manage pain. It's very good for sickle cell disorder, and I prescribe it for my patient regularly. Actually, to take ibuprofen pain relief, every sickle cell patient should be able to manage their pain as much as possible at home, using paracetamol and ibuprofen as much as possible at home, and then fluid. To some extent, I also encourage them to take their dihydrocodeine with it at home. Okay? The error is that in ibuprofen, you should not take it on empty stomach because it can lead to ulcer. Very often, stomach ulcer, if you take it on empty stomach. So you should take it with some food, something in your stomach. You can take paracetamol without food, and it will not cause pain. The second thing I want to talk about, the two of them, is that when they want to write, a lot of doctors write paracetamol or ibuprofen 3 times a day. That is not the correct prescription for paracetamol or ibuprofen. It is every 4 to 6 hours. Every 4 hours or every 6 hours. And if you take it that way, most pain will be controlled at home. What we should also avoid in them is that do not give the high dose. Like paracetamol is 10 to 15 milligram per kilogram body weight. I don't usually use the 15 milligram. I use the 10 milligram lower end so that you can take more frequently. It's more useful. Now to take very high doses, it will crash, and then the pain will be in between. And sometimes you see some parents waiting. They are waiting for 8 hours. The patient is having pain, and you are waiting. And sometimes they say, oh, you are malingering. Please do not ever accept that. I don't accept that a sickle cell disorder person is malingering. The pain is serious, and we must treat it as the person says, I'm having pain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof said some things that they're revelationary. So now, That question was very fantastic. AA, AS, AA in quotes, giving DNA. Okay, we don't have time. There's no time. Thank you, Prof. This is being recorded. I'm sure there are media houses. It would, in fact, fantastic. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that answer. All right, we're going to be inviting a member of our board, our director, Mr. Tony Epele, is going to be doing the presentation of awards and plaques to certain individuals. Sir, you have the floor. The stage is yours. Yes. More than the table, you have the floor. Please celebrate Mr. Tony. Thank you, sir.
I have been given the task to help present an award to one of the distinguished invitees here. He's an award winner. He's celebrated multiple award winner. Coincidentally, he has been chairman of my estate association. He has also been, he's also chairman, actually, of the executive council of the Nigerian Heart Foundation that I've done some work for many years ago. And he also, I assume, attended the Alexander Brown Hall of the premier university in Nigeria, which is the University of Ibadan, which is also my university. So I don't know how I was selected to do this, but if it's for the camaraderie of University of Ibadan, I am honestly honored to give this award, this plaque. He is being honored within his own profession. It's not always that people are honored within their own community. By the way, I stand, sit, and lie on the existing protocols, just in case I didn't say so. So I'm sure some of you by now know who we're talking about. He's a chairman of chairmen, multiple chairman of the Guild of Medical Directors, chairman of the VGC Property Owners in the past, founder, chairman, pediatricians in private practice group, and I can go on of places he's chairman. But what I'm concerned about is that he's the chairman of this occasion today. Let's give him a round of applause as I invite Dr. Femi Mobolaji Lawal, an alumnus of the University of Ibadan. That alone qualifies you. But much more for being the chairman of today's program. Thank you so much. Let me turn it. Congratulations and thank you.
Go with your mic. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Epele, a proud member of the University of Ibadan alumni family. All right, we're going to be taking the vote of thanks, and to do justice to that is one of our directors as well, Mrs. Toki Mabogunje. Please appreciate her as she comes.
Thank you very much to our really entertaining director of ceremony. You permit me to stand. You know, when I have no problem with my height normally, but whenever I have to do this kind of thing, the podium is normally almost my height. So, so that everybody can see me, I have to stand away from it. So I actually have the very great honor of giving the vote of thanks at this event. And I would like to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister of State for Health, whose representative was with us for a very brief time,
Unfortunately, the network didn't allow us to hear the end of his speech. We thank him for being here. We thank Dr. Tunde Ajayi, who represented the Honorable Commissioner for Health of Lagos State. And we also thank the representative of WHO in Nigeria, Dr. Ahmed Kader, although all of them are no longer with us, but we thank them greatly for recognizing this day and for being with the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria for during our celebration of this very, very auspicious day. Next, I'd love to thank the chairman for today, Dr. Femi Mobolaji Lawal, who has been an absolutely great chairman. Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very, very much, sir, for being here. You did an outstanding job. I want to thank our keynote speaker. You know, I was introduced to you as a director of SCFN, but in addition, I am the daughter of a medical doctor, a pathologist. He used to be the chief pathologist for Lagos State. But I'm also the mother of a young man who lives with SCD. So in very many ways, this day is also my day. I stand with all the parents, the families, and also the SCD champions. We're not warriors, though. We're living a life, and the life we want to live. So one thing Professor Nora Kionla did was to actually make it clear in very simple terms. You always know a passionate doctor when you meet one. And they have a way of taking the most complex ideas, medical terms, and situations and making very clear for all of us to understand. So I thank our keynote speaker, Professor Nora Kionla, for that absolutely outstanding presentation that she made. I also thank Mrs. Comfort Okolo, who joined us on Zoom from London. I mean, she was absolutely fantastic. She was with us from the very beginning. She thoroughly engaged, and she gave a really good emphasis talk about counseling and the role that counseling plays. So, Mrs. Comfort Okolo, I know, knowing how you've been all day, I'm sure you're still with us. Thank you very, very much for being with us. And then, oh my God, our dynamite of a sickle cell champion, you know, Mrs. Atinuke Adeleye. You are dynamite. Thank you so, so much for sharing with us. I'm sure we all found it very motivating. At this point, I want to go ahead and thank all the sickle cell clubs that are here present. I want to thank all of our sickle cell, I've changed it from warriors to champions as from today, and their families. Thank you, every single one of you, for being here. But then we wouldn't all be here, and this would not be possible without our sponsors. And you will please be patient with me. I need to mention every single one of them, because every single one of them is really, really important to Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria. So we'd like to thank, in no particular order, MTN Foundation, Chevron, MultiChoice, La Roche, Channels TV, ShopRite, Templars, ARM, First Bank, Stanbic IBTC Bank, Zolon Healthcare, Pfizer, Emzo Pharmaceuticals, Dartech Pharmaceuticals, Altines, Wellness Pharmacy, Mega Pharmaceuticals, Food Concepts, Accenture, ARIC, Citibank, Union Bank, Wema Bank, McFarlane Enterprise. See how important all of us are? McFarlane Enterprises, Grange Schools of Lagos, Avicenna International School, Home Science Association, Seplat, Kellogg's Go Grains, Bond Chemicals, KMG, Caverton. Please let's give them a round of applause. They have truly, truly supported us through all of this. And then to all of our guests here present and all who have joined us virtually, I saw all the chats. They were really engaging with us. Everyone is still seated at this time of the day. What else can we ask for? And you have all been very engaging. Thank you so much. But most especially, I want to thank a man who, for me, as the parent of an SCD, Professor Akinyoju has been in my life almost throughout the entire life of my son, who turns 34 in November this year. I want to thank our founder and chairman of the board, Professor Akinyoju, and his absolutely lovely wife, Mrs. Funke Akinyoju. Thank you so, so much. Members of the board who've worked hard to make all of this happen. Some of us are in the room. And then another dynamo of a lady, our hardworking, indefatigable, passionate national director and CEO of the foundation. And this is Dr. Annette Akinshite, whom we all know. I want to thank her, as well as the entire management and staff here at the Sickle Cell Foundation, Nigeria. We want to thank all of our partners, and you can see all of them here. But honestly, the Art for Music Ensemble, Music for Art, as in Art for Medicine, you guys are absolutely, absolutely fantastic. I want your number because I'm really going to be using your services. Thank you so much. You made it all so wonderful. Thank you very much. All providers, cameramen, everyone. And last but not the least, the members of the Fourth Estate, the most important people in a democracy. All of the media here present, the journalists, men and women. I don't call them gentlemen of the press. I call them ladies and gentlemen of the press. The women are taking over. Thank you very much, and God bless everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Toke Mabugunje. Our chairman wants to say something very briefly, Dr. Femi Mobolaji Lawal.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. You have done an excellent job. I just want to thank the foundation for this beautiful plaque. And what it says in it is really very touching, because it says, in appreciation of your extraordinary contributions to medical practice in Nigeria. Then 2022 World Sickle Cell Day, Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, the 21st day of June 2022. Thank you very much, Dr. Akinshite. Thank you very much, Prof. For me, really, it's an icing on the cake, because I have thoroughly enjoyed myself being here today. I have done what I enjoy doing, which is learning from other people. I have learned from Pastor. I mean, for me, that was a high point. I've learned from Pastor, I've learned from Professor Akinola, I've learned from everybody else here today, and I feel fulfilled already. So to now receive this in appreciation is just an icing on the cake. So I thank you very much. You have all been a wonderful audience. Not to forget the musicians, because I'm also a budding musician. So I want to let you know that I'm also an upcoming musician, and when I'm done with the piano and I want to learn to play the cello or the violin, then I know where to come to. And then when I'm done, then I can join your team. Yeah, I will sit down and be behind you there. So thank you very much all. It's a pleasure being here. There's this book which I want to introduce to you. I've gotten 2 copies of it myself. It's an excellent book written by Professor Olu Akinyoju. He's an authority on the subject, and it's How to Live with Sickle Cell Disorder. You'll find the book outside on your way out. It's written in simple, no jargons, written in simple to understand language, and it is a handbook for affected persons, their families, and health workers. I'm sure you will find it very, very useful. I have gotten 2, one for myself and one for my organization, and I want to encourage everybody to try and get one on your way out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our wonderful, able chairman. All right, the Arts in Medicine Orchestra is getting ready for us as we round off Arts in Medicine. We have our exhibitors at the foyer, and we also have some artwork that are available for exhibition. For those who, our champions, they did a lot of artwork as well. My name is Abiodun Famujuro. I have been your director of ceremonies. Shall we rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Arise, O compatriots, Nigerians, call obey, to serve our father's land with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Have a wonderful day.